Morning, everyone. Happy holidays. We're starting our planning board meeting. Commissioners Linden and Hedrick are virtual this morning, so we have a full team here, but two are virtual. So we'll start out with the Notley Road resolution, which is Notley Road LMA number H159 Forest Conservation Plan. Do I have a motion for approval for this resolution? All commissioners can vote on this.
I move for the approval of this resolution.
Second.
Moved in second, all in favor?
Aye.
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 The ayes have it, 5-0. The next is the Clarksburg Town Center resolutions. There are three. It's the preliminary plan, the site plan, and the forest conservation plan. Commissioners Linden and Pedawam cannot vote on this one. So do I have a motion for approval of these three resolutions?
So moved. Yeah. I'll second.
And second, all in favor?
Aye.
No, what,
Aye.
you can't vote on this
Oh,
one.
sorry.
So 3-0-2. Okay, great, thank you. Next is the three Wheaton Gateway resolutions where Commissioner Linden can't vote on these. So one is the preliminary plan, the second is the site plan, and the third is the forest conservation plan. So do I have a motion for approval of these three resolutions?
I move for the approval.
Second.
Moved in second, all in favor?
Aye.
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 The ayes have it, 4-0-1. The next is we have 2 minutes to be approved, the minutes of November 20th and November 4th, where all commissioners can vote. Do I have a motion for approval of these 2 minutes?
I move for the approval of the minutes.
Second.
Second.
And all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it,
Aye.
5-0. The next, we have one preliminary matter. The other preliminary matter is the Bethesda Downtown Design Advisory Panel appointment of panel member. Seeing no need for a discussion on this, do I have a motion for approval of, is Yulia Beltikova as for a second 3-year term on the Bethesda Downtown Design Advisory Panel?
I move for the approval of the reappointment.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it, 5-0. And next, we have our one record plat this morning that needs to be approved. It's subdivision plat number 2/2024-1100, the Travilla Meadows, where staff is recommending approval. Do I have a motion for approval of this record plat?
I move for the approval of the record plat.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it, 5-0, aye. So next, we have several extensions this morning. We have 8. We'll vote on them all together. Unless there's anyone that doesn't want to do it that way. The first one is Kings Hill Road subdivision. The second is Democracy Center site plan, extension request number 3. The first one was extension request number 1. The third is College View Campus preliminary plan, extension request number 4. The fourth is Temple Row administrative subdivision plan and forest conservation plan, extension request number 4. The fifth is Poolsville P260 preliminary plan, regulatory extension request number 1. The sixth is Wall Property administrative subdivision, regulatory extension request number 3. The seventh is Iglesia de Cristo, Maryland, preliminary plan, regulatory request number 6. And the eighth is Kensington Park administrative subdivision plan, regulatory review extension request number 1, where staff is recommending extensions of all of these. Do I have a motion to approve all 8 extension requests?
I move for the approval of all the 8 extension requests.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 The ayes have it, 5-0. And next, we're going down to our roundtable discussions. We have both planning and parks separately giving discussions this morning, reports. So we're going to start with, who would like to start first? Okay, planning would like to start first. So they have Director Sartori presenting his director's report. Welcome.
Good morning.
Good morning.
For the record, Jason Sartori, Planning Director, and happy to be here on this last Planning Board session of 2025 to give a little bit of a quick look ahead and then a report out on how we performed with our online offerings in terms of engagement and social media. And then we'll give some quick personnel updates. So just as you all know this, but for all the people who are tuning in from remotely, I just want to make sure everyone knows that the board is off next week and the week after that, and the board will reconvene on Thursday, January 8th, and we're looking forward to a robust 2026 with you all. And the Maryland General Assembly, a big thing for us is we've been taking a lot of potential bills to the board for position statements, and just for your awareness, that the General Assembly begins on Wednesday, January 14th. So we're going to do a little bit, this is going to be a little different in terms of a year in review. We're going to spend most of this report talking about numbers, but again, from a social media and online engagement perspective. And Chris Pfeiffer, Chief of our Communications and Engagement Division, is here with me if you have any questions about any of the things that I show you. But Montgomery Planning uses social media as part of a broader engagement strategy that is really audience-centric. It's data-driven, and it's focused on building trust. Our approach emphasizes reaching diverse communities, using analytics to refine outreach, and ensuring that historically marginalized groups have a voice in the planning process. This year, Montgomery Planning continued to create content that informs, engages, and connects our work with our community. From timely updates to storytelling campaigns, we've worked to make every plan, project, and planning concept accessible. We take a data-driven approach to our work, so it would not be a year in review if we didn't provide some stats on our online engagement and some of our top-performing pieces of content. So this briefing will highlight how Montgomery Planning connects with the public through digital platforms. Our focus is not just on producing content, but on measuring its impact and understanding how effective it is. Metrics help us understand what resonates with our community and will help inform our future decisions. Today, we'll look at the top-performing social media posts, YouTube videos, and blog articles. Before we get into the stats, we wanted to share some definitions with you. So, social media metrics are data points that track the performance and impact of our social channels, content, and strategy. Impressions are the total number of times content is displayed, no matter if it's clicked or if it's not clicked. Engagement is the total number of times that a user interacts with the content. This can include someone liking a post, commenting on a post, sharing a post, or even just clicking on a link in a post. Impact isn't just about posting, it's about the performance of that post. On our channels, we track metrics like our reach and engagement to understand what resonates and, frankly, what is making sense. These insights guide our strategy from a communications perspective and help us continuously improve. On this slide, you see some metrics from our social media channels, such as Facebook, Instagram, X, LinkedIn, and Nextdoor. So you can see that we've had, in 2025, through just a week ago, nearly 1.1 million impressions, over 47,000 engagements with posts that we've put on social media, and nearly 18,000 links, clicks on links that we've put in our posts on these different platforms.
Can you tell us that this is based on how many posts that you had? How many posts created that many? That would tell us that how many impressions each post average, something like that. Thank you.
Hi, Chris Pfeiffer, for the record, Communications and Engagement Chief. I don't have the exact number of posts at my fingertips, but I'd be happy to provide that to you.
So follower growth is another metric that demonstrates increased interest, reach, and trust in our communications. So this slide shows our social media audience growth, and you can see our total audience at this time is just under 12,000 people in terms of followers. You could see that Instagram, Facebook, and LinkedIn all saw multiple hundreds of increased people following our social media on those platforms this past year. We did see a drop in the number of X followers, and that could really just be a trend in that platform in general of more people being interested in our work and following it on other platforms like Instagram and LinkedIn. So I don't need to tell you, but you know that our work can be quite complex. Producing videos, however, is one of the most effective ways for us to communicate with residents because it makes complex information easier to understand. It creates a personal and engaging connection and delivers messages in a format that is both memorable and widely accessible. Videos allow us to show, not just tell, which helps build trust and ensures important updates reach the community in a clear and compelling way. In an increasingly diverse county, telling the stories of our communities is an important way to connect with our residents. So these are our top performing videos that we, in terms of the number of views of each video that we produced in 2025. There is a QR code that you see there on the bottom right of the screen, and if you scan that, it'll take you to the playlist of all of these top videos so you can watch them all. But you can see it's just fascinating to me to see the interest in, obviously, University Boulevard. We knew that there was a lot of interest in that plan. When you approved it, we produced a video and put that out. It had over 1,300 views. Timberlawn, the site, the birthplace of the Special Olympics, was another video that received, significant, over 900 views, which was pretty impressive. That's just a great feel-good story, and it's nice to see that up there. So a blog is an excellent platform for sharing staff opinions and ideas because it provides a space for authentic voices and diverse perspectives. It allows team members to showcase their expertise, spark meaningful conversations, and connect with the community in a more personal and relatable way. By publishing thoughtful posts, staff can highlight innovation, share experiences, and build trust through transparency and engagement. 2025 was another successful year for the Third Place blog, with blogs that were authored by our staff and even by Chair Harris. We published 26 blog posts this year. We already have a few that are queued up to be posted in January. So we hope to have another productive year from this standpoint in 2026. I will note, it is amazing to me to see some of these numbers. That top post, Meet the New Montgomery Planning, was a blog post that I authored, that we put out in July when we did our reorganization, and it is amazing that was by far the highest one, that there was that much interest in our reorganization. But I appreciate the interest in the department in general, so this was great. And some of these, you'll see there's one that's noted on here. There were a few that were really, really successful, really highly, that received a lot of attention, that aren't on this list, and that was because they were cross-posted with Greater Washington, and it received most of their traffic over at Greater Washington. And as you know, we have a number of e-letters that we've established for the projects and plans that we are working on, and just general topic areas that we address in the department. And over the course of 2025, we sent out e-letters to nearly 162,000 people. So, it's 162,000 sends. 54% of those were open, which is really impressive. The industry average open rate is only 36%. So the people who receive our e-letters we're engaging with them quite a bit because they're actually opening and reading those at a much higher rate than you would typically see. And then even further, when you talk about clicks, so people who opened them and clicked on a link in our e-letters, we had 8,400 clicks, which was a 5% click rate, which again is really impressive. The industry average is only 2%. And through all of this, through 2025, we had over 1,500 new subscribers to e-letters on our website. And then, of course, you've heard a lot about the Community Planning Academy. It is going strong. We kicked it off officially on earlier this month on December 1st, but just we're sticking with the numbers on this, and 648 summer cohort applications, 57 summer cohort learners, people who participated in it, did at least one session in the program, one module in the program. We did have 48 people who graduated from the program this summer, or we did the graduation in October. 30 auditors, people from our staff, people from council staff, others who are quite familiar with the planning process, who we asked to audit the academy so that we can get their feedback. And as of 2 days ago, we have 329 residents enrolled in the official program. And we're going to continue to push this out and emphasize this. Just last night, Council President Natalie Fani-Gonzalez was on a panel with the League of Women Voters, and at one point she said, "Oh, I have to tell you all, the planning department is doing this great thing," and she described the Community Planning Academy and encouraged people to sign up. And so more and more people are talking about it, so we expect 2026 to be a big year for this program. And finally, again, from a communications and engagement perspective, we wanted to just highlight what we've got coming up in 2026. One of the big things we're looking forward to talking to you all about is our countywide communications preferences survey that the Communications and Engagement Division started this past summer. It was really an effort to learn more about how our residents are interacting with us already and how they are currently receiving information from us and how they want to receive future communications. The survey was statistically valid, and the quantitative portion of the work is complete. We've completed the survey. Our consultants that are working with us on this are wrapping up their last focus group with different groups and different individuals, and we'll present the findings to you in early 2026. So some highlights you see on this, the slide here, which will inform the way we do some of our engagement in 2026, is that 81% of the respondents said that our top priority should be to engage community members in plan development. And the top 3 ways that people are currently connecting with us is through social media, through our e-letters, and our website and our blog. And the 3 ways that people want to receive information from us is through email, through social media, and through text messages. And it's interesting because you can reach different people through social media on different platforms. So this work is going to be extremely helpful as we balance our resources to make the most impact when we communicate with the community, and we've already begun working through the findings and working them into our communications plans on each of our projects, and started to work on shifts in our communication strategies as a result of the survey. So lastly, I want to conclude with some quick personnel updates. I'm really delighted to announce the promotion of Alex Rixey. In fact, I think he's already presented to you or been up on the desk when in this role. And Alex is here in the front row here. Alex was promoted to planning supervisor within the Transportation Planning Division. He has over 15 years of planning experience working in the public and private sectors. He's been with the planning department for over 3 years, where he led the transportation elements of the Great Seneca Plan and the University Boulevard Corridor Plan. And we're really thankful for all of his work on those. Alex is active in the transportation planning community. He currently serves on the steering committee of ITE's People-Centered Mobility Great Idea Group and as ITE's Council Leadership Team Vice Chair for major projects. So congratulations to Alex on his well-deserved promotion.
Congratulations, Alex.
And then I want to acknowledge the man standing on the side over here. Congratulations are in order for Research and Strategic Projects Division Steve Carey. Steve is retiring after 35 years with the commission. He spent the last 21 of those years working with the Information Systems and GIS team. Steve tells us that he's really looking forward to playing pickleball anytime he wants. He might already be doing that. You're not doing that already, right? Anytime you want? No. So please join me in thanking Steve for his decades of contributions to the commission and wishing him well in his next chapter. He has been a really valuable member of our team, not someone that you often see in front of the board, but I can tell you there is so much that, everything that functions well about the department, you know, Steve in some way has had a hand in over these years. And so we thank him for everything he's done and wish him well in his retirement.
I can attest to whatever you said about Steve had been a feature. I have worked with him all the time that I was there, so we're going to miss you leaving us. I have a news for you. If you think you retire and you have time to play pickleball anytime you want, you're wrong. You're going to be so busy that you're not going to have time for that.
Steve, thank you for your 35 years of great, dedicated service. We really appreciate it. Thank you.
So unless there are any questions, I'm happy to hand it off to Director Figueredo.
Yeah, thank you, Director Sartori. It's great that you did this communications preferences survey. That's really, really great. You know, the people said they like to be, you said, touched by email, social media, and text messages. So will you do anything differently now, given they've said that that's how do you get all the, you know, the emails, addresses, and, you know, their phone numbers to get text messages are, I mean, how do you see how are we going to like beef up that?
Yeah, we're definitely shifting our priorities in how we communicate based on the information that we're receiving. So even like from a platform level, we're finding that people are, you know, using maybe not the platforms that we thought they were. So we're shifting our resources internally. You've seen as part of the budget process that we just went through, it's influencing our budget asks. So, and we're also looking at ways that we can develop new technologies and new capacities to do some more of these things. Okay. And Commissioner Pettawee, to answer your question, we had over that time period 1,056 sends. So that was a frequency of about 3 a day.
Yeah, thank you. Any other questions or comments from the board members before we switch over to you, Director Figueredo? Hearing and seeing none, welcome, Director Figueredo. We look forward to your director's report.
Thank you so much. Happy holidays. I'm really happy to be here. It's not lost on me that although the planning director and I generally are completely aligned, he chooses to do his planning director's report from the table, and I sit up here on the dais. I don't have a really strong justification for that, except that my predecessor, Mike Riley, did that, so it's just sort of a force of habit, but I'm open to direction from the board. So if the board wanted to request that I sit at the front table next time in the new year, I'm happy to do that too, you know. Open for feedback. So this first slide, it's so lovely. You can actually see the flakes coming down. I want to thank our photography team in PACP for taking this photograph. This was at our new playground at Kensington Cabin Local Park. And so we wrapped up another year in parks, and that's our theme here. So, you know, if you know, you know. And there are some statistics there on the right-hand side from our Green Tree report. Those numbers are pulled from EAM. These are just a few of them. The full Green Tree report is updated regularly, and it's on our website, available to give residents sort of an idea of how many park assets we have and maintain. But I'm going to share some more statistics throughout this presentation. Our Garden of Lights started the week of Thanksgiving, and it's wrapping up January 4th. There's still some time to attend. The ticket prices are somewhere between $14 and $17 per person. Kids under the age of 5 are free. I will tell you, this is for the last couple of years, we've had a different pricing regimen for Brookside Garden of Lights. I think it's a fairer way to priced the tickets, and it is still very reasonable compared to other light shows in the area that can cost something like $150 for a family of 4. And of course, if you also think about what it costs to take a family out to the movies or to dinner, this is a pretty cost-effective way of taking your family out to see something beautiful during the season. And we had, you can see there, 1.5 million LED lights. This team that puts together our Brookside Garden of Lights is led by Jeff Patterson. It is a little bit of an interdivisional effort. Some of the forms and exhibits are made by our team in the exhibit shop, and our welders in facilities management. And of course, we have a lot of seasonals who work on this program too, not just during the operation of the show, but during the summer and fall when they are actually preparing the forms and creating the displays before they get put up in the Garden of Lights, and then of course are staffed as well. And we're also having a photo contest this year, so people who attend can share 4 photos of the Garden of Lights, and then they're going to have a chance to win 4 tickets to the Butterfly Experience next summer in 2026, and we'll announce the winner by January 14. So we wrapped up our volunteer program. Now, our volunteer services team is really just, it's 2 full-time staff. It's Molly Gallant and Kate Lofgren from PACP. And these are some of the statistics of what we were able to accomplish with just 2 full-time staff in that team. And, we're not done yet. We have some more volunteer events before the end of the year, so the numbers are going to grow. We value, so we have a way of calculating the value. Each hour of volunteer service, we calculate at $36, and that's how we arrive at that $2.3 million volunteer service value, which you can see is pretty significant and would require 32 full-time employees to accomplish. Now, there are some other volunteer programs and parks that are run separately. Of course, they all work together and coordinate, but we have our Weed Warriors, our Trails team, our cleanup program, Grown at Pope, and of course, volunteers that help out at Brookside. So moving on to our cleanup program, you can see some statistics here about what our team accomplished. They pick up a lot of the trash that you see in parks. It's things from tires to plastic bags and plastic bottles. This is litter that ends up in our parks. It's of course unsightly, nobody likes to see it, but it also winds up in our waterways, ultimately potentially in the Chesapeake Bay and in the ocean. So environmentally, it is very important to get this cleaned up. We can't do it all on our own, so we depend on these volunteer cleanups. A statistic of note that I want to highlight for you is that 69% of these cleanups this past year happened in equity focus areas. That was a really important thing for us to do because, sometimes we might respond to complaints, but responding only to complaints can end up with sort of an inequitable outcome. So we try to proactively make sure we're targeting areas that need it. And I'm also happy to remind you all that we did receive a position to support this program in the FY26 budget. The council supported that, the planning board and the council supported that. Initially, we had piloted that program, that position with grant funding from the Montgomery Parks Foundation. So we were able to make a very strong business case to give us this position to support this work. And on to our Weed Warriors. So this program also does really important work that we don't have the capacity to do entirely on our own. We have an enormous invasive weed and vine problem in parks. So the work that these volunteers do is important. It gets a lot of positive attention. We received a proclamation from the council earlier this year and also got some really great coverage in the Washington Post that featured the program manager, Corinne Stevens. But again, up until last fiscal year, we had only one full-time staff member who was running the program, and then we did receive funding for an additional full-time position. So this, once again, allows us to leverage with just a couple of full-time staff a lot of work, and I think it's a real value for taxpayers, but also engages people in parks and gets them feeling sort of a sense of ownership and pride in what they're able to accomplish. And you can see there some of the statistics about what they were able to accomplish. So we've also got our natural surface trails volunteers. They coordinate to clean and repair trails. They contributed almost 4,000 volunteer hours. And some of the examples of the work they do include obviously the actual trail building, expanding our natural surface trail system, but they also do things like repair, and I believe they replaced a bridge last year, and things like graffiti removal and more. Our Roots to Rocks team, which is part of our Natural Surface Trails program, they get people of every age, ability, and background out on our trails. This past year, they hosted over 50 events and served over 600 participants. Our own Dominique Harlow, who is the chief of staff in the director's office, sitting over here to my right, she tried it out, she and her son, and they fell in love with the mountain biking. And we do have our own fleet of bicycles for participants to use so that not everyone who comes to one of these programs has to bring their own mountain bike. We're hoping to turn them onto this, and then maybe they'll go get their own mountain bike at some point. And some of the programs they run include Learn to Ride programs and group mountain bike rides, our Trail Ambassador program, and they also work with our program access team on accessible bike rides. And just want to note, in addition to our fleet of mountain bikes, we also have adaptive bicycles as well. And some examples here are listed of some of folks' favorite trails. You see the Northwest Branch, our Seneca Greenway, which is in Seneca Stream Valley Park up in Germantown. We've got our 10 Mile Creek in Clarksburg. The Sidewinder trails are in Little Bennett, and of course, Black Hill Regional Park. And this is what our arboriculture team, colloquially known as our tree crew, were able to accomplish. They performed 4,400 individual inspections. As you may recall, we have something like 27,000 trees that we have mapped and numbered. The next thing we're going to do is name them all, potentially. That's a joke. In our developed parks. And we, on a routine schedule, inspect them all to determine, that they're healthy and address any safety issues. But in addition to that, we also receive requests for hazard tree inspections. So last year we did 704 of those. We did have to remove 890 trees that were determined to be either unhealthy or a hazard. We don't like to remove trees. We don't do that lightly. But as we all know, trees have a lifespan, and sometimes it's necessary. We also do a lot of tree planting in parks, so we make up for that. And this is our Pope Farm wrapped, and you can see there some of the numbers on what we were able to accomplish. In particular, I want to point out that we grew over 68,000 native plants, and these are used for things like our park projects and stormwater. We sell some of them at our native plant sales because part of our mission is getting native plants out there in the community and in home gardens as well. And we do a lot of plantings with our Weed Warrior team. And of course, we also sometimes, Pope Farm is not open to the public, but we do sometimes conduct tours to educate people and give them a glimpse into the amount of work it takes to, this is, as far as I know, this may be unique. I don't know another park system that has a facility like this, and they are all business over there getting the work done. And our horticulture team, you can see here some of the work that they did in terms of digging and planting trees in parks, and also, very importantly, the aftercare that we provide for our trees that gives us, I believe it's over a 90-something% survival rate for our trees. We have a very high success rate with the trees we plant in parks because of the care that we provide after the planting. Our community gardens, our community gardens are beloved. I think of community gardens as a way that people get outside, interact with each other, and get really sort of healthy physical activity, and then also grow their own food, which sometimes is really important because some of the food that they grow is very culturally appropriate or unique, maybe things that aren't like easily found in grocery stores. We have 544 plots, over 14 gardens. We're trying to grow that. I do want to highlight that we received a $300,000 grant for our Wheaton Regional Park Community Garden, and of course, our Grown Up Hope volunteer run program donates a lot of food, and we are seeing increased participation from our gardeners. We have a new GIS program. It was a collaboration between our community garden team and our GIS team to create a system for inspecting gardens and tracking any kind of violations. This saves a lot of time and keeps our community gardens in good shape. And at Brookside Gardens, we have our youth education program, which wrapped up for this year. And while people love and visit Brookside Gardens, of course, to see the beautiful gardens and the plants, we also offer a lot of adult and youth education programs, and we served thousands of students through field trips, outreach programs from both public and private schools, and you can see there's some more of the statistics on our Brookside Gardens youth education. And as you know, our butterfly experience came back this year after a hiatus that began during COVID. We had almost 40,000 attendees and raised almost $500,000 in revenue, which is plowed back into the program. Attendees are mostly from Maryland, but we get people from other states and countries. And our staff are very expert. They attend conferences that are focused, but this is highly regulated. Running a butterfly program is regulated by the federal government, by the USDA, and our staff are very well trained in this, and so we offer this program at a very high level. And our internet work wrapped as well, or as we sometimes say, internets. And this is, I want to congratulate our PACP division. They do an outstanding job on staying on top of trends. And if you follow us on social media, you'll find that, I think you'll see that the Parks Department's social media team is, sometimes they're so ahead of things that I don't understand what they're doing, but that's part of the fun, is figuring out sort of, the memes and the humor, and we believe that humor is a really great way of engaging people, and we're trying to be informative and keep people interested in our programs and, of course, informed. And this image here is an Ask the Expert that we did with Ryan Colleton from Natural Resources, and that one got 64,000 views. So that was our most popular social media content. We have been replacing our brown and white signs. This was something that we did the first year when we piloted our Parks Facelift program. And again, as you all know, we were then able to successfully get funding from the council for our Park Facelift program. And you will be hearing more over the coming year about what we're able to accomplish with that funding. The signs they send a message. It's important that they look updated and new, and that they kind of convey that the park is cared for and reflects the community's love of the park. I always like to point out that at any given time, we have over 300 projects in some phase of planning, design, or construction. This year, we had 5 major new park projects that were either started or completed. It is unusual to have 5 complete major park projects in a year, so this was a busy year for us. Some of them that were started will be completed in the coming year, and examples of those are, of course, Ovid Hazen, the Rock Spring Park, which is at the former Marriott location in Rock Spring, our Royce Hansen Park, which you all attended. Most of you attended the ribbon cutting for that. Our South Silver Spring Urban Park, which is under construction. It's now called Bottle Works Lane Park, and that will open this year. And our Springfield Neighborhood Park, which was delivered as part of new development in West Bard. Sometimes we deliver playgrounds as part of a larger park renovation, and sometimes we just renovate the playground. We're a little bit fiscally challenged. We are supposed to be replacing our playgrounds on 20-year cycles, and we don't have quite enough funding to do that. Some of our playgrounds are much older, over 30 years. At one point, I think we had a 40-year-old playground. It is a challenge for us because costs are going up, which affects the number of playgrounds we're able to do in a year. It's about a handful of playgrounds in a year. But this year, we had 14 new playgrounds that we started. We also had 3 dog park projects this year. One of them is entirely new, and it's the dog park that's going to go into our Bottle Works Lane project. But we are also working on our Black Hill Regional Park dog park, and we did a complete redo, and I think this is a photo of it right here, of our Ellsworth Urban Park dog park, which was so beloved and so well used, but it had become a little bit worn, a little beat up over time, got a lot of love and really needed the update. And I think folks are really happy. People and their dogs are hopefully happy with it so far. We also had 10 sports court projects, and some of the examples of these projects include things like resurfacing, painting new pickleball lines, and some of these projects occurred in parks like Fairland, Aurora Hills, Colesville, General Getty, Norbeck Meadows, Quince Orchard, and South Gunners Branch. We have something like 70 miles of paved trails, and this year we had 11 hard surface trail projects where we made improvements along Rock Creek, some of our hard surface trails in Cabin John. I think we have a couple miles of hard surface trails, and then also several miles of natural surface trails in Cabin John, our Long Branch Trail, the Capitol Crescent Trail, and improvements at Sligo hard surface trails. And of course, we also have walking paths and parks that need work as well. So that was some of the work that we did there. Wheaton Regional Park, the ice rink at Wheaton Regional was closed half the year for a very important replacement of our refrigeration system into something that's much more sustainable and environmentally friendly. A lot of those skaters had to be accommodated at Cabin John, which is also going to get a complete replacement of its refrigeration system, I believe, starting in 2027. And our programs. I think you're all aware that our most attended major program, which is incredible because we've only done it, I think, 2 years now. The first year we had 6,000 attendees, and 4,000, I'm sorry, and the second year 10,000 attendees at Sligo Creek Fest, incredibly popular. Really successful, so much so that we received funding from the council in our FY26 budget to make this an annual event. And in addition, we've been working with the Parks Foundation and have devised a program to try to bring in sponsorships. So we are identifying different sponsorship levels that I think will range from a couple $1,000s to $10,000, and based on the amount that sponsors contribute, community organizations, businesses, it's really open to anybody. They get different levels of exposure during the program. And we think it's really important to have our staff out there learning and also sharing what we know. So we had staff that served as experts at 38 different conference sessions at a number of conferences this year, including our park police, of course, our GIS team present, I believe, like every year, and our program access team. We also received 10 grants, the largest of which was the $3 million grant that we received from the state for the Wheaton Action Sports Park, and we are very grateful to Senator Zucker and the Montgomery County delegation for getting us that money. And we did hire, with funding that we received that was approved by the board and the council, a grant manager, and that really is helping us. That's Denise Guitarra, and she is taking a lot of the load. We used to handle all these grants ourselves with just our staff, and it takes a lot of administrative time. So having a grant manager is, it allows someone to focus on the actual sort of process and become an expert in administering all these different grants, and frees up our other staff members to focus on the work that they're really tasked with doing. You may have also heard us mention that our GIS team and our EAM team developed it was our EAM team. They work very closely together, and put together a new asset request tool. This tool is designed to help staff in parks identify and track all of our assets in the system. They are able to put in a request that a particular asset in a park that they see get added to EAM, and the system eliminates the need for paperwork and really streamlines the process. We're going to showcase this some more for the planning board in the coming year. We have over 20,000 assets that are currently inventoried, and some of these include things as small as grills, benches, swings. We added this year 900 assets alone that were submitted with our asset request tool. And just a little detail there, the most requested asset for submission into the EAM are benches. And that leads really well into the next slide, which is about the Montgomery Parks Foundation's year. The Montgomery Parks Foundation helps drive the priorities of the department through private fundraising, and also, importantly, they are great advocates for us and for the public funding that we rely on to deliver parks facilities and programs. And they had a busy year. They raised $100,000 for Royce Hansen Conservation Park, and they have a bench program. We had 40 benches installed this year. The cost of the bench, of course, covers a donation to the foundation, but also is intended to cover the cost of installation and maintenance of that bench, so that that's not something that the Parks Department has to cover itself. And they also funded 14 summer campers through the Mary Wells Harley Dream Camp Scholarship Program to attend Montgomery Parks summer camps. And there is still time to add them to your end-of-year donation list. And here we are. I believe this is our last slide, also about the Parks Foundation. And I really love this. You know, we have all this great parks merch. You know, every year we produce really cool sweatshirts and T-shirts for things like our Thanksgiving parade. But we are creating a merch store because, you know, this stuff is really popular. We have staff who sometimes, you know, give these things away as presidents. So you'll be able to visit the Montgomery Parks merchandise store. You know, if you are still thinking of potential gifts for the holidays, you know, you might want to check this out. But we've got the Montgomery Parks Thanksgiving Day Parade sweatshirt, and some of these are, I think, limited edition. But we've got onesies and mugs and more. And all of this swag is designed by our very talented team in PACP. And again, this funding helps us fill some gaps in the funding that we need in parks to support our parks priorities. So that is 2025 wrapped for Montgomery Parks.
Well, thank you so much for your overview of 2025 great achievements. And I really loved hearing about the volunteers, almost 66,000 volunteers worth, about equivalent to like the 32 full-time employees. That's amazing. Thank you for, you know, creating that value for parks and also creating all of those ambassadors for parks. So thank you so much. Do I have any other comments from the board members?
I just want to say thank you. That was great. I know, I'm wondering, the number of the parks is reducing. While I was there was 420. I know that you guys are getting it better to decide how it is or not, but I'm hoping that we keep adding to them and to the mileage. I really loved it. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. I'm particularly impressed with the spirit of volunteerism in the county, having citizens engaged in preservation, restoration, and usability of the parks is really important. I think what's really interesting is that private citizens lending their hands to a government institution so that all the people of the county can enjoy it is impressive. I am also impressed by the merch, the baby photo and the onesie is amazing, and I wish I was young enough to have another baby to get him in a park onesie. But our family always utilize and enjoy the parks, and from time to time on my Google Photos timeline, pictures of my children in the parks pop up. And so please keep up the good work. You're doing an outstanding job. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And, you know, before I meant to, if I may, I also want to thank Dominique Harlow. I mentioned her earlier. She's our chief of staff in the director's office, sitting over here to my right. I give these presentations roughly, I think, twice a month, give or take. And Dominique is the one who pulls together all of these beautiful slides and a lot of the information and makes sure that I know what I need to know. So I want to thank her, and she, in my opinion, did a great job with this presentation, as she does with all the other ones. So I wanted to thank her as well.
Of course she did.
Commissioner Hedrick.
Oh, I just wanted to follow up, say, similar to what the other commissioners have said, you guys do a great job, and I'm really looking forward to picking up some stuff off the merch store. But I wanted to mention, I really appreciated the equity focus areas on the park refreshes and things like that. I think it's important to sort of make sure we walk the walk on addressing issues within the equity focus areas, and I really appreciated that. And thanks for bringing that particular piece up and highlighting it. Thanks.
Commissioner Linden.
Yeah, similar, just building off everything already. Just thanks to you and your team for everything over the past year. Also to Director Sartori, everyone on the planning side. Really fantastic 2025. And similarly, I love the merch store. It's gonna be hard to not get another gift right now as we're as we're having this meeting right before the end of the holidays hit. I'm going to do my best to pull my fingers back from the keyboard and actually resist. But Yeah, just again, just lots of thanks to your team. So much work, so much great work and engagement with the community, and look forward to 2026 with you all.
Yeah, wonderful. Great end of year reports. We really appreciate that. So we're going to take a 3-minute break here and start with our next item, item number 5, National Park Seminary Preliminary Plan and Forest Conservation Plan and Site Plan. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. We're on item number 5, National Park Seminary Preliminary Plan and Preliminary Plan Amendment, where staff is recommending approval. This morning, we have Tyshawn Gatling presenting this. Good morning. Welcome.
Good morning, Board. Saquon Gatling with West County here to present the National Park Seminary reinstatement request and extension request. This project came before the Board earlier in the fall in October, so you may be familiar with it. Just a general overview, it's in the northern part of Silver Spring as part of the 2000 North and West Silver Spring Master Plan area. This slide shows prior approvals, but also the site is on the right side here. It's just at the northern tip of the Beltway near the intersection of Seminary Road as it crosses the Beltway. It's accessed from Linden Lane, and it includes the entire property shown in blue on the screen. The original preliminary plan was approved in August of 2005 for a two-phase development of up to 280 dwelling units of various types, including townhomes, single-family homes, condominiums. And the validity period for the preliminary plan expired in September of 2019 while the amendment was in active review with planning staff. We brought the project forward to the Board in October, as I said, and the Board granted the applicant opportunity to apply for a reinstatement of the original preliminary plan as they continue to work through the amendment of the plan and site plan. Which brings us here today as detailed in the staff report. The applicant is requesting reinstatement of the original preliminary plan, citing the difficulties to complete the amendment process with COVID and the fallout, the economic barriers to completing the project in time before the amendment, before the plan expired. With that, they also had check-ins with us after the October hearing where they made progress on updating plans and responding to staff comments, providing analysis and letting us know they're on the right track. Per the section on the screen, they will retest for APF as required with their resubmittal, so we are in support of their progress so far. If the Board approves the reinstatement of the plan, the applicant also requests an extension of the amendment and site plan, as well as the associated forest conservation plans as they continue to make progress, working with the Maryland Historic Trust for state review, the historic preservation staff for county review, because the property is designated as historic, as they continue to work through DRC comments as well and get the project in a place where we can approve it. So with that, we are recommending approval of the reinstatement request for preliminary plan 1-2005-0540 and approval of the extension request for 15 months for the preliminary plan amendment and site plan. I will note we did receive comments from the public after the staff report was published, which focused on environmental issues and forest conservation plan, which we will be working with the applicant to resolve should this extension be approved. So thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Would the applicant like to make a presentation?
Mostly I'm just here to answer any questions. We have asked for an extension and reinstatement of the preliminary plan, and there are many issues to be resolved still, including forest conservation, Historic Commission, Maryland Historic Trust. But since October, we did make a few changes to the plan, which are basically milestones that we were targeting as requested by staff, which included removing any new impervious area out of the stream buffer, making a preliminary submission to the Historic Commission, and then also doing a site distance analysis, a revised noise study. So some of these issues were done and submitted, which brings us to this point, I guess.
Okay, great. Thank you. So,
Mike, could you just introduce yourself for the record?
Yes, I'm Mike Razavi, civil engineer for the project with Rastec Associates Incorporated.
okay, great. So I'm in support of both the reinstatement and then the extension request, but it's really important that you meet these timelines, okay? You know, staff has been putting a lot of effort into this, and it's
Absolutely.
really, really important. So, okay.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Any questions or comments from other board members? Okay. So do we should make two, or just, all right, do I have a motion to approve the preliminary plan reinstatement where staff is recommending approval?
I move to approve the preliminary plan reinstatement.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The
Aye.
ayes have it 5-0. Do I have a motion to approve the regulatory extension request for the preliminary plan amendment and this, looks like, and the site plan?
I move for the approval of the regulatory extension request for both preliminary and site plan.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Ayes have it 5-0, so thank
To
you.
interject quickly, Ally Myers with the Office of General Counsel, I believe that regulatory extension request also included the associated forest conservation plan. So we will include that with the motion.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. We're just going to take a 1-minute break and start with our next item to get back on schedule.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. We're on item number 6, 24927 Burnt Hill Road Administrative Subdivision Plan and Preliminary/Final Forest Conservation Plan, where staff is recommending approval with conditions. And this morning, we have Maria Claiborne presenting this item. Welcome.
Good morning. Good morning, members of the board, and thank you for having me. I'm Mariah Claiborne, Planner 2 and Lead Reviewer for Administrative Subdivision Plan Number 620250080 and Final Forest Conservation Plan Number F2025380 for 24927 Burnt Hill Road. Staff recommends approval with conditions for both the administrative subdivision plan and final forest conservation plan for the subdivision of the existing parcel. The subdivision will convert the existing parcel to a lot to create one lot for one new residential detached unit. The subject property is located north of Burnt Hill Road, which is Rustic Road R59. It is south of Kingstead Road and north of Stringtown Road, which are also rustic roads. The subject property is also within the Little Bennett Creek watershed. The subject property is identified as parcel 920, consisting of 10 acres, and is located within the AR zone and part of the 1985 Damascus Master Plan. The property has access from an existing shared asphalt common driveway that connects to Burnt Hill Road. The property is landlocked and currently undeveloped with an existing access easement from Burnt Hill Road shared with the adjacent parcel 950 and adjacent recorded lots. The property contains 5.03 acres of existing forest and large specimen trees. Surrounding the property consists of detached residential dwelling units and is encumbered mainly by agricultural and rural open space within the AR zone. The applicant has fulfilled all required noticing obligations, including sign posting and mailing the notice of application on June 2nd, 2025. Staff has mailed the notice of public hearing and has not received community comments or correspondence regarding this application. The applicant proposes to create a 10-acre lot for one single-family detached dwelling unit. The application proposes an exemption under Chapter 59 from the minimum lot area and lot width requirements of the AR zone, but the minimum requirements of the rule zone still apply. Private wells and septic systems will serve the property. The proposed lot will have access to the existing shared asphalt common driveway that connects to Burnt Hill Road from the proposed new 12-foot wide driveway. Since the property does not have frontage on a public road and will utilize an existing shared common driveway already serving 4 other homes, the applicant is requesting a waiver from Chapter 50 of the subdivision regulations. Lastly, the application proposes a Category 1 forest conservation easement. The property is located within the 1985 Damascus Master Plan area, which confirmed the property's zoning as rural density transfer, now in AR. Also, as proposed, the overall development of one dwelling unit, including a conservation easement, is consistent with the master's plan environmental recommendations. No dedication is required as part of this application because the lot does not front on a right-of-way and because Burnt Hill Road is a rustic road, and according to the designation, there are no existing or recommended sidewalks or bikeways. As a 10-acre property in the current AR zone, which requires 25 acres for every lot, the property must qualify for the legacy provision in order to meet the zoning ordinance and be platted. Based on the deed history outlined in the staff report, the current parcel configuration originated December 11th, 1961. The parcel is 10 acres, which does not meet the 25-acre minimum site area required for the agricultural reserve zone. However, because it was created before January 6, 1981, it is exempt from those requirements under Chapter 59 of the zoning ordinance. Instead, the proposed lot must meet the standards of the prior rule zone, which requires a minimum lot area of 5 acres and an appropriate lot width. The proposed lot meets the 5-acre lot minimum and 300 feet lot width requirements, satisfying the rule zone standards. The administrative subdivision plan meets all applicable sections of the subdivision regulations except with regard to frontage requirements. The applicant is requesting a waiver of Chapter 50, Section 43C1C II, because the unusual circumstances of the property prevent compliance with the frontage standards. The property will rely on access from the proposed new driveway to Burnt Hill Road through a shared common driveway that serves 4 existing lots without frontage and utilized by 4 detached dwelling units through existing access easements shown on Record Plat 19-732 and referenced in the original deeds. Therefore, the applicant asks the planning board to grant this waiver. I'll go ahead and pass forest conservation, slide over to environmental planner Molly.
Good morning. For the record, Molly Stamitz with the Environment and Climate Division. So as part of this application, the applicant has submitted the final forest conservation plan number F2025-0380. As stated, the subject property has 5.03 acres of forest total, and the net tract area is 10 acres. In this area, the land use category is agricultural and resource area, And under forest conservation law, there's a minimum on-site forest retention of 25%. And the applicant well meets and exceeds this minimum because they are placing 5.03 acres into a Category 1 conservation easement, as you can see in the green box on this diagram. Thank you.
The administrative subdivision conforms to the 1985 Damascus Master Plan. The public facilities are adequate. It complies with all provisions of the subdivision regulations considering the waiver. The lot is appropriate with respect to size, shape, width, and orientation for the proposed use, considering the exemption. It complies with the Chapter 22A Forest Conservation, meets the applicable development standards of the rural zone. Staff will also like to add on the record a red line new condition number 13 and red line the chronological order of the existing conditions for the development with transferable development rights. Staff recommends approval of the administrative subdivision plan number 620250080 and final forest conservation plan number F20250380 with conditions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Claiborne, for your wonderful presentation, very clear. Would the applicant like to make a presentation?
My name is Jeff Lewis with Site Solutions, representing the applicant. I have no comments, but I will be happy to answer any questions the board may have.
Okay, thank you so much. I just have one question. I'm in support of this administrative subdivision request. One of the questions, like is this going to be a public? Is that easement to get to the property? Is that a private private easement? And the owner can automatically. There's an agreement in place to use that.
Brad, there's you go.
Yes, it's an existing, there are actually existing two easements, ingress and egress right-of-way easements that come in off of Burnt Hill Road that drive up to the common driveway that connects to the recorded lots that are in the rear of the property, and then also to the frontage property, which is parcel 950. Yep.
And then there will be some sort of, agreement about how it's maintained and all that other stuff. That's just part of the normal.
Right, the easement grants access to the property for the owner. And so, yes, they have an agreement that the owner can cross that property, and then there is an agreement on how that is maintained between the two.
Great, thank you. Those all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments from the board members? Commissioner Hedrick. Yeah.
Yeah, I just had one quick question. Actually, you answered one of the other ones I had, which I was seeing the orientation and trying to get an idea of how the easements work, but as long as it's fine. With the Category 1 forest conservation easement, is there a reason that it's covering sort of the middle of the property and not sort of extending to the back, or because there's sort of, I understand, the house and the driveway are on the north side, but is there a reason it doesn't extend to the back, or there's a reason that particular swath through there is picked up specifically?
I can speak to it, and if the applicant wants to add, feel free. Currently, there's an existing forest there, so that is basically the extent of the forest. That's why it doesn't really go past that. But.
It's capturing existing forests as the easement is what it's that particular. Okay, that's kind of what I thought. I was just wondering why it didn't extend. But.
Yeah.
Thank you for that question, Commissioner. Any other questions or comments? So can you go back to so there's the conditions. Okay, and then is there a motion to approve the administrative subdivision and the preliminary / final forest conservation plan where staff is recommending approval with conditions?
Can I ask a question? Now that you brought this in here, the TDR, is it any piece of land available for TDR to be available? Because this is an ag reserve. So you want the plat to show the available TDR, correct? Is there anything left on the land after the forest conservation for TDR?
Jonathan Casey with Up County. I'm here on loan. So this property, because it's 10 acres, would have been granted 2 TDRs in 1981. They are basically required to show that they have retained at least one of them to build on this piece of property.
Okay,
The
so
the
this
forest
is not
conservation
part of
is
TDR.
a separate issue. It's not a receiving area. This is, because it's in the ag reserve, it's just like a farm property. They just have to show that they still have 1 TDR to build the residential unit.
Okay, okay, got it, thank you. So can I move now to approve? Okay, I move for the approval of this request.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it, 5-0. Thank you so much, and a great question about the TDR. Thank you. So we're going to take a 1-minute break and start with our next one, Wilkes 2 North Park Site Plan, Preliminary Plan and Forest Conservation Plan, where staff is recommending approval with conditions. Thank you. Good morning. We're on item number 8, the Wilkes 2 North Park Site Plan, Preliminary Plan and Forest Conservation Plan, where staff is recommending approval with conditions. And this morning, we have Adam Bossy, the Planning Department, presenting this item.
Hey, good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the Planning Board. Again, for the record, Adam Bossy with the West County Planning Team, your lead reviewer for this project. Joining me today in the presentation will be Natasha Fahim from the Design Placemaking Policy Team, as well as Bianca Noveno from the Environment and Climate Team. These applications bring forward the second and final phase of development here for the Wilkes property. This is a property that is in North Bethesda. It's less than 1 mile northwest of the North Bethesda Metro Station. And this is in the White Flint 2 sector plan area. The full Wilgus property is outlined here in red. There is already approved Phase 1 shown here in purple that is under construction that occupies about the western 2/3 of the property. And there are 141 total units being delivered with Phase 1, and that is currently under construction. Phase 2, which is the focus of our discussion here today, is shown in orange. And generally surrounding the property are a mix of commercial and residential uses, including Pike and Rose, just to the southeast here. The property does occupy about 2/3 of the block that's bound by Montrose Road to the north, Town Road to the east, Josiah Henson Parkway to the south, and East Jefferson Street to the west. So this particular property and proposal was in front of the board earlier this year with a sketch plan amendment. That sketch plan amendment generally scaled down the previously approved sketch plan, which was for about 1.27 million square feet of total development, including townhouses, multifamily, and commercial uses. The preliminary plan that followed up the original sketch plan really brought forward the lotting program for that larger development. And Phase 1 is under construction with the approved site plan that was issued in 2021. Again, the sketch plan amendment generally scaled down what was previously approved. Here, I want to show you just a couple photos taken around the Phase 1 site plan area last Thursday. The general character of Phase 2 is very similar to what we see here with Phase 1. Of particular attention, I just want to bring to light the pictures on the right, image number 2 and number 5, which show frontage improvements on Josiah Henson Parkway. That's the breezeway that's being provided in that frontage. That will continue along the Phase 2 frontage of Josiah Henson Parkway. And on the bottom right, we have Montrose Road frontage. That's a new sidewalk and frontage improvements there. And that treatment is generally going to be continued with Phase 2 as well. So our preliminary plan amendment that's in front of us today does apply to the entire site. The preliminary plan amendment is following in line, again, with the scaled-down development proposal that the board approved in February 2025 with the sketch plan amendment. The previously approved development figures on the left are what are changing to what is shown here on the right. The preliminary plan amendment does reduce the total project density by about 400,000 square feet, reduces the residential units by 466, and it does remove the previously approved commercial gross floor area. As you see, the proposed total density here is shown with an asterisk, and that's because after the posting of the staff report, the applicant reached out and did request to adjust the total gross floor area for Phase 2 by 34,000 square feet, 34,726 square feet. From 265,274 square feet to 300,000 square feet. And what that did was change the total project gross floor area for Phase 1 and 2, which is reflected here. As published in the staff report, that number was 591,198 total gross square footage. And with the increase that the applicant notified us about, that does bring that number up to the 625,594 number. The difference, the 34,000 and change square feet, is a result of enclosed balconies that were just that square footage was not included in the submission, and we figured that out after the staff report posted. So that's a correction the applicant brought forward, and we can accommodate. That did not require any renoticing or such, so we can accommodate that change now. That particular change, too, is also going to necessitate some other corrections to what we presented in the staff report, so I'm going to touch on those toward the end of the presentation. The site plan that's brought forward today applies to the Phase 2 area of the project, generally showing what we see here. 138 back-to-back style townhouse units are proposed. These are all 3-bedroom units, including 20 MPDUs. The development across Phase 1 and Phase 2 is providing 15% MPDUs, and that's consistent with the prior approvals. The development is also providing the open space areas that we see here in green. These will include a sector plan recommended through block connection and an area known as the East Urban Park. There's bike and pedestrian improvements being provided, the continuation of the breezeway along Josiah Henson Parkway that we see here, as well as there'll be a new sidewalk and new bike lane along the town road frontage, and along Montrose Road, there'll be a new sidewalk as well. There's also planned intersection improvements for the bike and pedestrian crossings at Montrose Road and Josiah Henson Parkway. In addition to that, the site plan does provide a parks contribution that was required by prior approvals. The Phase 1 portion provided their share already, and we've conditioned Phase 2 here to provide that contribution as well. Now I'll turn it over to Natasha.
Thank you, Adam. Good morning, the Chair and Planning Commissioner. For the record, my name is Natasha Fahim, urban designer from Design Placemaking and Policy Division. Design staff has worked collaboratively with the applicants and their design team throughout the review process to improve the design of the project without losing any density on this site. Our overarching goal was to maximize the density that can be accommodated on a site using the proposed building type, while ensuring that the site design and architecture improve the livability and quality of life for residents and surrounding neighborhood. I will present to you here a few features of this project that achieve these goals. As you can see on the image here on the slide, this development features a series of the very well-designed public open space throughout the entire development, including Phase 1, as my colleagues Adam mentioned on the previous slide. So all of these open space are stretching along Josiah Henson Parkway. This public open space provide a gathering and recreational opportunity for future residents within minutes from their homes, as well as creating stop points along this regional breezeway proposed along the parkway. This breezeway connects to the metro station on the east, less than half a mile, and to the Cabin John Regional Trail on the west, less than a mile. The Central Park and the Western Park that you see on the slide here are under construction as part of the Phase 1, and the Urban Park on the far east edge of this site includes on this proposal. I will elaborate more of the characteristic of this urban park and the true block connection that you see on the slide shows with the dashed green line on the next slide. Next, please. As you see on the images here, this half-acre urban park situated at the intersection of the Town Road and Josiah Henson Parkway provides a very well-designed gathering place for residents and the surrounding community. The wide breezeway that I mentioned in the previous slide wraps around the park and creates a very robust buffer from the roadway for the users of this park. The park will feature a series of pedestrian paths, various seating elements, landscaping features, and large shaded tree throughout the space, as you can see on the images. The units fronting into the park will provide more activation along the edge of this public open space and serve as an eye on the space for the safety of the users. Throughout the design process, the staff ensured that a series of the small outdoor seating areas were situated away from the roadway and buffered with the lush landscaping elements for the comfort of the user. And I think it's very vividly noticeable on the slides that it's in front of you. Next, please.
Can I ask a
Sure.
question? I see the, layout in here, so maybe this is not the best layout, or maybe it's not the best time to ask you this question, so you could just answer it while you're doing.
Sure.
In regard to these blocks, you say these are back-to-back townhomes. Are they all back-to-back or?
Yes, all the 338 units are
Okay.
back-to-back.
So if they're back-to-back, the ones that facing front, the road, or how do they get access? There is no access. Where is their?
Yeah, all the units, Each of those boxes are 2 units, and both units, they have their front door on the street or on the public open
So
spaces.
when you say back to back, can you show that?
We have the floor plan in one of the slides that I can show it to you that how the unit works.
Okay, so they are divided back to back in the width.
In the
length,
width. In the length of
Yeah, the length.
Yeah,
the length. Yeah, the length. So they're very narrow.
Do you want me to show you?
No,
I think
we can move on.
we can move on. We have
yeah.
the slide that
Okay,
shows.
you can show me that.
Yeah, these are
Thank
the
you.
new typology that we've seen. I think last week we also saw it on Central Square,
Okay.
and I talked to you about it. So both units, their front door is on the, yeah, I think the elevation kind of. Thank you, Adam. So here on the elevation, you can see the both units, their front door
Okay.
are on
Now
the
it
street.
makes sense to me
Yes.
because I couldn't figure
So
it out.
then
Okay.
when you go in, one unit occupy the front of the building and one unit occupy the back of the unit.
So if you look on the front elevation, each, on the first floor, every door is one unit.
Correct.
I got it.
So each unit gets their own individual
A door
unit. So
and
if
one window.
a door and one window, correct. So it creates like a foyer, and then behind the foyer is the garage for each unit. And
Yeah.
then you go up, so the front unit has the living room on the first floor, bedroom on the second and third.
Okay, I see how
Yeah,
it
Adam
works.
is trying to find the
Yeah,
floor
I just
plan.
didn't know how those frontages
here you
were
go.
working. I get it now.
Yeah, so you can see on the slide here, so the shaded light blue is the back unit that is marked as number 1, and then the number 2, which does not have a shade, is the front unit. So you can see both units have their front door on the street, and then the internal staircase that goes up to individual units. So they are sharing the wall kind of like halfway through the length of the building. So that's their party wall.
That's
between.
interesting, but when you go to second floor, they share the whole space. They could reverse because the one unit come to the front and another unit goes to the back. That's correct. But in regard to entry, everybody is in one area. That's very smart. Okay, I got it now.
Yeah.
I couldn't.
Yeah, this
I
is a
couldn't
very
understand
innovative
how-
way. Like we
Yeah.
use, yeah, we had the 2/2s traditionally. So the 2/2s, one unit occupy first and second, and the second unit occupy third and fourth.
Yes.
So there was always like the issue of the sound transfer between the units. But now the way that they are side to side, and the party wall is the wall that has the staircase and a bathroom, so that sound insulation, it gets minimized.
Yeah, so one unit is all the way from first floor to fourth floor, and the other way, the other around.
Correct.
Okay, got it. Yeah, very, very smart.
So next one, Adams, please. Yeah. So back to the elements that we were discussing about the site layout. So I covered the features on the urban park. The second feature that this development offers is the through block connection that serves as a pedestrian promenade and an extension of the Stone Edge Place in the first phase of the development. If Adam, you can point at it on the western side, there was a street that is under construction. So the street comes and kind of like dead end into this pedestrian promenade and creates a shorter path for residents to walk to the urban park and go eastward toward Town Road and Rockville Pike and the Metro. So the view on the slide here shows the trailhead and beginning of this pedestrian path on the western edge of the development. And as you can see, it offers seating elements, vertical lighting, decorative bollards for the barrier, and a small lawn area. Similar to the urban park, this public open space offers eyes on the space through the units that they are fronting into it. Individual entry door to each unit, a series of the ornamental trees, special paving along this pedestrian path. They are all the elements that create a pleasant environment for residents and visitors. This pedestrian promenade, along with the trails, sidewalks throughout the site, and the breezeway along the parkway that I mentioned on the first slide, creates a network of the walkable spaces throughout this development. Next, please. So the second phase of this development offers different unit type within the 2/2 typology that we just discussed. As shown on the front elevation, each unit has its own entryway on the ground floor and a series of balconies and bay windows on the upper unit, adding greater massing interest into the front elevation. On the side elevation that you see at the bottom of the slide, special attention has been paid to ensure these units have enough fenestration and durable material because these units, they are highly visible from the street and a public realm, the end units on the side elevation. So this elevation will receive a special treatment, more windows and high quality material to ensure the quality of the life for the end users, as well as creating a better views for pedestrian along the sidewalk. So if there is no question for me, I would like to turn the presentation to our environmental staff to cover other aspects of the project.
Thank you, Natasha. For the record, Bianca Noveno with Environment and Climate Division. I'm here to briefly cover a couple of environmental items associated with this project. I'm going to start with noise. Based on the noise analysis, units located along Montrose Road, Town Road, and Josiah Henson Parkway will be exposed to traffic noise that exceeds 65 decibels. To meet the interior standard of 45 decibels, noise attenuation measures, including improved windows, walls, and doors, will be incorporated. East Urban Park, a proposed open space area at the corner of Josiah Henson Parkway and Town Road, will also be exposed to traffic noise greater than 65 decibels. There are no proposed mitigation for road noise in East Urban Park because there are no practical means to mitigate road noise without significantly detracting from the intended purpose and use of the space. Vice Chair Linden, did you have a question?
Yeah, thanks. And I apologize for interrupting this part of the presentation. If it makes sense to talk about this more at the end, happy to do so. But I'd like to talk a little bit more about the park location again. It's obviously a great amenity for what it's proposing to provide, and the through connection with for pedestrians going east-west obviously is also really nice and attractive, and I think provides a high level of livability on the site. But at the park location, we've talked about this with other recent projects. I think that, you know, it's worth talking a little bit more together as a group about how we can, in the future, design for a park in terms of the various things on the site, or maybe the location of where the park sits on these kinds of sites so that it doesn't have this kind of exposure. And I mentioned this, I think, a week or two ago with a similar park that was abutting a high volume street. Josiah Henson Parkway is a 40-mile-an-hour road, and it carries, I think, about 24,000 vehicles a day. Town Road, continuing down to Georgetown, carries more vehicles a day than that. I think it's above 30,000, might even be close to 35. And at this particular segment, Town Road is about 7 lanes wide. And so this corner location, it will have a lot of visibility to the neighborhood, which is good in a lot of ways. I'm wondering if what the experience will be like for folks using the park on the site, considering that it's at a very busy intersection with high-speed cars, you know, up to 40, probably in excess of 40 miles an hour, right? If the posted speed limit for Josiah Henson is 40 miles an hour. I understand that given its location, the noise mitigation options may be somewhat limited for this you know, at this stage. But I'm interested in exploring where other options for how the site can be designed as a whole, so that, you know, we don't continue proposing park locations that have a lot of exposure like this. And the net effect of this is that I think we want people to use the park, right? I think that's sort of what I'm getting at. We want people to use this park and have a good experience there. And I'm just worried that we're repeating some situations where we might detract from that experience and create these parks that are not well used and not well loved.
So my question would be that, what is our other options if we want to move the park? Where? If we move it anywhere else on the site, then you have to bring the townhouses in its place, that people are actually living there. So what is
Yeah.
our preference? And if you
Well, I
look
think
at
that the
it, this is
difference,
65 decibels, and the townhouses have higher, so the park has less, but the townhouses have higher, but they gonna have noise mitigations. But I prefer not to expose people in their houses 24 hours to this than the park. If it is a better option, yeah, but if it's gonna just exchange it with moving the townhouses here and have the park further away, then you're exposing people to it. What is the option?
Yeah, so when I say, just say this, Commissioner Linden, that's, I appreciate you bringing this up. It's something that we need to look at going to the future. There's always this trade-off between, it's supposed to be public amenity space, and if we, but it's a great thing. We should be looking at this, and, you know, but it's great that you brought it up. As I said, the trade-off between if we put it in the center, how do people get to it? But there probably could be some creative solutions that we can look at in the future, and then maybe we could also do some studies, you know, like are they getting used? You know, like what the noise? I know this is a theoretical, but are they truly testing at other places where then it is at 68? Are they parks? Are they getting used, or people are just not sitting there or whatever, enjoying it because it's just too loud? So, but good point. You know, and so let's look at it going forward. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I'm sorry.
For the record, Amy Lindsay
Yeah,
with
yes.
the Environment and Climate Division. I just wanted to let you know that this is something that we are going to be working on with the design team and our transportation division to look at how to address this and perhaps bring our noise guidelines maybe more up to date, but also have some design guidance in them. So you'll be seeing more from us on this in a more holistic way soon.
All right, you good with that, Commissioner Linden? Where you brought it up, and it's a great point, and we're gonna be looking at this.
yeah,
Yeah, if
that
I may
sounds good. And
ask, yeah, Commissioner,
oh,
I think
sorry, I
that was
apologize.
a
Go ahead.
great point that you brought up, and that's something that the staff always looking into it, but creating the balance between the open space that is publicly accessible versus like the location of it. So one of the challenge that this project had, it's a really narrow site and it's surrounded with three major roadway, like Josiah Hanson Town Road and Montrose Road on the north. So that was one of the challenge that the applicant was facing moving forward for the location of the park. And I think the slide that I show you, the series of the open space that along the breezeway, we thought that like that connection and the connection between the park and that breezeway create a location that is proposed to the best. But your point is well taken, and we make sure in the future these open spaces are a little bit away from the roadway. But I also mentioned the strategies that the applicant has took to make sure that all the seating elements are a little bit further into the urban park, and how like creating a buffer with landscaping elements to create less noise and pollution for the area that the people are actually sitting. So just want to point that out, but your point is well taken. Thank you.
Also, for open space, there is something called site design, sustainable site design, that we used it a lot for the design of the parks. And it has to do with the safety, visibility, and also you design features in the park to help and mitigate some of these impacts. So it's a balancing act when you do the park design and you provide like seated features and other things away, and you put more landscaping and things like that, as long as you still keep the site distance and safety that, like police can see where people are easily.
I'm just going to ask if in the interest of being able to get through this, we have 10 more slides or so on this. I think it would be really helpful if we held questions off until after not only the staff has given the presentation, but the applicant has been able to make comments and any testimony we might have, because it might then kind of tweak some of the questions that you ask. And it may be more appropriate in some cases for the applicant to respond to some of the questions that we have. So just, if you have a question about something you see on one of the slides, just note the slide number and we can bring it back later, but just so that we can get through it all and then come back and answer questions.
Right, and just to go over the Forest Conservation Plan, Forest Conservation Plan F 2025-0850 amends and replaces FCP number 8/2021-0080. This amended Forest Conservation Plan reflects the revised site development, and all forest clearing was approved under the previously approved Forest Conservation Plan 8/2021-0080, and the reforestation requirement has been met through the purchase of 7.59 acres of offsite forest mitigation credit and through fee in lieu payment. With that, I'll turn it back over to Adam for the remainder of the presentation.
All right, thank you. So this is a CR zone project, optional method. It is required to provide a minimum of 100 public benefit points. Proposed phase 2 and total for both phases is exceeding that by quite a bit, primarily due to the large number of points that the project achieves for providing 3-bedroom MPDUs. There's no limit on the number of bonus public benefit points that can be achieved for MPDUs, and with all 3-bedroom units, they get this high number of points. Highlighted in red here are the corrections to the BLT calculation and associated points for that, and that stems from the increase in gross floor area that I mentioned earlier. A number of the corrections that I'll be speaking to in a moment are tied to that. Community outreach for this project, the noticing requirements were satisfied by the applicant. We did receive community correspondence from 2 individuals. One individual submitted 2 letters advocating for the undergrounding of utilities and providing ideas for some potential funding sources, things of that nature. Those comments were shared with the applicant for their consideration. And we did receive another comment, I believe it was late on Tuesday, asking questions regarding the bus stop relocation that is shown on the plans, as well as asking about a potential another connection from a alley that's designed to the breezeway along Josiah Henson Parkway. Just regarding the undergrounding of utilities, the sketch plan amendment did require the applicant to evaluate that. They did that, and they estimate that it would cost about $1.6 million to underground utilities on just the town road frontage alone. That frontage is controlled by SHA. SHA did not require it, and given the scaled-down nature of the project and the other considerations here, staff is not recommending the undergrounding of those utilities. Regarding the bus stop, we did follow up with MCDOT just to get some clarification there. The bus stop is going to generally remain in the same location. It's being relocated slightly to accommodate the wider sidewalk that would be going in that area. So it's basically staying put, but sliding a little bit. Getting into the corrections here, the staff report was posted prior to our receipt of the stormwater concept plan. We got that the day after the staff report posted. So here we're recommending including modified condition 5 with the preliminary plan to reflect DPS's stormwater concept approval dated December 9th and retaining their prior approval letter, which pertains to phase 1 as well. This is a correction that we're putting forward to the associated findings having to do with the stormwater management concept letter. As the staff report was written, we did not receive that DPS approval letter at the time, and we have since received that, so we'd be looking to replace that kind of placeholder language with the language noting that we did receive that letter, its date. So this is getting into the series of corrections having to do with the gross floor area adjustment for Phase 2. Again, that went from 265,274 square feet as published in the staff report to 300,000 square feet. It's a difference of 34,000 square feet and change. So the first condition that we would look to recommend the update for is preliminary plan condition number 1. Everything that you see here in black was as published in the staff report. So the one adjustment that we're recommending here now is in red. That's adjusting the total gross floor area for Phase 1 and Phase 2 from that 591,000 number to the 625,924 number. Another adjustment here had to do with the site plan conditions, again tied to that gross floor area adjustment. We're going from the 265,000 to 300,000 on both condition 1. The BLTs, which I spoke to earlier in the public benefit slide, that calculation is based on the gross floor area for Phase 2, so the BLTs payment that is required has gone up accordingly as well. This is an adjustment to associated site plan findings. So the first one, 1D1, has to do with the data table and reflecting, again, that change from the total gross floor area for Phase 1 and 2, and then the specific change for Phase 2. And again, following that is the updating the BLT calculation that's included in your finding to reflect the increased floor area. We have one other housekeeping correction that we're bringing forward. This has to do with ensuring that the applicant is showing adequate clearance between the bike ped facilities and relocated utility poles in the frontage areas. And this is a condition that we recommend gets included both with the preliminary plan amendment and the site plan. With that, members of the Planning Board, I'm happy to report that the application satisfied the zoning ordinance and subdivision ordinance as applicable and do substantially conform with the White Flint 2 sector plan area. We are recommending approval of the Forest Conservation Plan with the conditions as we presented in the staff report. We are recommending approval of the preliminary plan amendment with modified conditions and new conditions that were included in the staff report and the adjustments that I just ran through in this presentation. Likewise, for the site plan, we're recommending approval with conditions as presented in the staff report with the modifications presented here today. With that, I'll conclude our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bossi. Would the applicant like to make a presentation?
Yes, good morning. For the record, Bob Harris of Lurch Early Brewer representing the applicant. With me on my left is Greg Ruff from Tri-Point Homes. They are the developer, builder of the first phase and will be for this phase. On my right are Sachin Kalbag and Mike Goodman from Vika Engineers. So they've done all the heavy lifting in terms of the design work on this. We're very pleased to be here. We agree with the staff report and the conditions. I do want to respond a little bit to a couple questions that have come up so the board members are as comfortable with this plan as I am. The first is on the back-to-back units. Commissioner Pettering, thank you for your interest in that. These are, I wouldn't call them unique units, but important type of units. They are, by doing it this way, they are more affordable to people, and we are able to provide 3-bedroom units, including MPDUs, within a walking distance of Metro. There are not a lot of them around, so we're addressing a particular niche in the market that is very important. With Commissioner Linden, with respect to the park, I appreciate your inquiry there, and I just would point out, as you're aware, there are all kinds of different parks. There are forest parks and there are urban parks, and this is more the latter. If we look out the window behind me, there's an urban park right here on Georgia Avenue that serves a variety of interests. It's a different interest than some of the rural parks, but it's an important thing. And just for your comfort as well, we didn't come up with the idea. We like the idea. The idea for an urban park here came from the White Flint 2 sector plan. It's specifically recommended there at this location. And then, of course, you folks adopted it in the preliminary plan and the sketch plan. And, excuse me, and I think it does serve a different interest than than the other parks. This serves an interest to people passing by as much as the people who might be sitting in there. It's a visual relief from the development that is around there. So we're proud of it, and but at the same time, we respect your interest in all kinds of different parks. Let's see. Your staff already addressed the comments from the neighbor. We're glad to have the neighbor supporting it and being able to address his comments. In terms of the undergrounding utilities, we provided staff detailed information about the different criteria that you folks use in evaluating that, and we agree with their evaluation that this does not meet the criteria for doing it. I'm happy to get into the details of that if it's important, but I think staff's already covered that well. Greg, did I leave out anything there? No, guys? Okay, no, thank you for your interest. We're really excited about it.
Yeah, thank you so much. Let me just start out here. The project is very attractive. Also, I love the urban park where, the attractiveness of it, the features in it, and all the green space there. You want it to feel like home, and I think it will feel like home to the residents. Are these for sale units or are these rental?
Yes, sir. They are for sale units. Yes.
Right. Yeah. And like that you're putting more. We need more housing, and especially 2- and 3-bedroom units in a TOD environment, so people can walk to the metro, walk to, for daily needs. So this is a great area. So then, one of the questions you said the additional 30,000 square feet was due to enclosed balconies. Where are the enclosed balconies in that unit? I just didn't. There were balconies there.
Sorry. Sorry, for the record, Natasha Fahim. Yeah, I think Adam is pointing at them.
So that's called an enclosed I mean.
No, just balconies. It's not enclosed.
Okay.
I didn't say.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
But that is in a calculation of square footage of a unit that has to be included, and that was included before. That's where the extra 30,000.
Yeah, the additional 34,000 square feet just came from not including that originally. It was an oversight on the applicant's side. They can speak to it more as well, but I think it works out to be it's like 250 some odd square feet per unit to account for that covered space.
No, I misunderstood. I thought to me, I thought like physically and totally include, but I get it. I'm good. So I'm very supportive of this project. Thank you.
So the front and back elevation looks exactly the same. You have the same balcony on the other side for the other unit also, correct?
That's correct. There are balconies on the rear as well.
Okay. I really love this project. It's very innovative, and it's something that I think provides 3-bedroom for everyone. And it's a lot of people that they don't feel comfortable with condo. This is something that they could feel comfortable to purchase. So really good innovative ideas and a good location. Good luck. We like to be seeing built. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions?
Yeah, I have
comments?
a comment.
Okay.
With regards to undergrounding the utilities, it seems as though the undergrounding of utilities isn't going to happen anytime soon with regards to these projects. I know that within a mile of here off of Randolph Road, there was a similar project that's going up, and there's not going to be undergrounding of utilities. And it seems as though we've abandoned the want to have utilities undergrounded, and that regardless of the desire to have those utilities undergrounded, it's not going to happen because of cost. And we keep addressing it meeting after meeting, and the developers articulately give a explanation as to why they shouldn't be undergrounded. And so I think it's interesting that we even entertain it. I think the project makes sense where it's going to go, but I'd like to point out that we're losing an urban forest. Nonetheless, it makes sense, and the project does look innovative, and it will benefit the new owners that will live there. Thanks.
So what about the undergrounding? Ideally, yes, we want that for lots of reasons, better reliability, visual issues and things like that. But I thought that this in the White Fence Sector Plan, didn't they, was this, didn't the county go in and up, I don't know, was it this street or some, that they went in and redid the poles and everything, and they decide, and they didn't underground at that time. I forgot what we were talking about, but were the streetscape on this road, on town, was that in this, fronting this property too?
Mr. Chairman, excuse me, I can answer that. Your recollection is correct. The county went in and completely rebuilt Town Road a couple years ago, and put in a bike path, a side path, et cetera. And if you've driven it, it's a very accommodating road, both for automobiles, pedestrians, and bicyclists. They decided at that time that the cost of undergrounding the utilities along there was not justified because the poles were not in the way of the bicycles or pedestrians. The wires were high enough up in the air that they were not an impact to landscaping, et cetera, and they decided not to do that. So these utility lines that run in front of this property along Town Road are above ground for their entire length, including the recently rebuilt Town Road. And there are a number of other reasons. Commissioner Bartley, I appreciate your interest in, we all want to have attractive roads, we want to have reliable utilities, but that's why you folks have evaluated these issues really on a case-by-case basis over time. For what it's worth, sometimes you have a sector plan that requires them to be underground, and the White Flint main area sector plan, within which this property is not located, that does call for it. But the White Flint 2 sector plan that covers this area does not call for it because it's not as urban an area as White Flint 2, even in as White Flint 1. Even in White Flint 1, projects like Pike and Rose, just to the east of us here, did not have to underground the utilities along Rockville Pike because the cost-benefit ratio did not justify it. And so that's the kind of evaluation your staff has engaged in here, and I can provide more examples and more information from it, but their recommendation is consistent with what you have done in the past.
Great, thank you. And we're also trying to work with PEPCO to really understand where do they really, places that for reliability reasons, where they must have them, and we are trying to work with them on that. Must have them undergrounded. So, okay, thank you. And Commissioner Linden, you have your hand up.
Yeah, thanks. Just briefly, well, on the topic of underground utilities, I agree. I don't. It's just sort of echo the sentiment that we need a broader analysis and conversation as we've talked about before. So I'm comfortable with the approach of not doing that here as well. And I'll note, I forgot to mention this with my earlier comments. This is a great project, of course. These townhomes look wonderful. It's in a really desirable location. It's a place, I know it's gone through many changes, like the project has gone through many changes from multifamily to townhomes somewhat recently, but it's can provide a lot of great for sale opportunities for folks in a really good area. So it's a wonderful project, and my comments on the park were not in any way intended to diminish just the importance and the quality of the overall project. But just to respond to some of the comments about how this is kind of an urban classification of park, and therefore it's trying to do some different things, 100%. But I'll also note that many, if not most, urban parks do not abut roads that have 40-mile-an-hour speed limits, or roads that have 30 to 35,000 vehicles a day. Most of the parks in downtown Bethesda, for example, Caroline Freeland, just as one example, on Arlington Road, Arlington maybe has 8,000 cars a day. It is not a 40-mile-an-hour road. And so I think what I'm getting at is less to do with kind of the type of park, because we do need more urban parks. We need more spaces for a variety of the things that urban parks provide, including just sort of stopping by, walking by, maybe going there during your lunch break from work because it's going to be near a lot of jobs. But this is also situated, in this townhome community, and it's going to serve a lot of those residents. It's going to serve kids and families and many other people too. So I think we just need to think more carefully about the overall experience. And I think that's just kind of what I'm getting at. I did note that in 2019, the previous sketch plan, which admittedly different overall kind of program at that point with more multifamily, but that sketch plan did show the park extending. Well, it was further to the west at that stage, but extending further north into the site, more set back from Josiah Henson. So I think that there's options to consider, and I think that's my larger point. Thinking about how it's going to be used, what the experience is going to be like, and whether people are going to want to use it, whether it's an urban classification of park or a different classification. We should be trying to design things for people to want to use to provide the experience that we want them to have. So whether if this is that, if this was sort of the final calculation in this instance, so be it. I think that in the future we should just continue to think a little bit more critically about that.
Great comments. So, any other comments, questions? Commissioner Hedrick, do you? Okay, great. So why don't we move forward? Can I just go back? You have these are the 3 staff recommendations, okay? You have any other comments? I want to do, okay, great. So is there a motion to, we'll start with the site plan, or the preliminary plan, to approve a preliminary plan where staff is recommending approval with conditions?
I move to approve the preliminary plan amendment with modified and new conditions per staff report and whatever adjusted in this presentation.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, the ayes
Aye.
have 4-0. And do I have a motion to approve the site plan with conditions as presented in the staff report and as adjusted by this presentation?
I move for the approval of the site plan as Chair indicated.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, the ayes have it 4-0. And then lastly, is there approval, a motion to approve the forest conservation plan with conditions as presented in the staff report?
I move the approval of forest conservation plan.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, the ayes
Aye.
have it 4-0. Thank you for bringing this project on. We look forward to you moving forward as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If I may take a brief minute, I want to personally thank the board as we close out this year. This board has been tremendous in terms of approving new housing. I alone have had, I think, 8 projects come before you and be approved, more than 2,000 units ranging from Damascus to Chevy Chase, and you folks have been very helpful in getting these units built to address our housing problems. So thank you. Have a nice Christmas, Hanukkah, and whatever other holidays you may celebrate.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Attorney. We really appreciate your comments. Thank you. We're going to take just a 1-minute break and start with our next item, item 16, University Boulevard Corridor Plan adoption, where staff is recommending approve the resolution of adoption for transmittal to the full commission. Thank you. Good morning. We're on item number 16, the University Boulevard Corridor Plan adoption, where staff is recommending approval of the resolution of adoption for transmittal to the full MNCPPC Commission. And this morning, we have Jessica McVeary presenting this item.
Good morning.
Yeah.
For the record, Jessica McVeary, the planning supervisor with our East County Planning Division. So I'm here before you today because the Montgomery County Council, sitting as the district council, approved the University Boulevard Corridor Plan by resolution number 20-1010 on December 9th, 2025, following 2 public hearings and 6 work sessions between September and December. The County Council's resolution is included as attachment 2 in your packet. And today we're here before you to request the board's approval of the resolution of adoption, which is included as attachment 1 in your packet. That's resolution number 25-137 to adopt the University Boulevard Corridor Plan. We are recommending that the board approve the resolution for adoption and transmit the resolution to the full commission for their review and approval on January 21st, 2026.
Great, thank you. Yeah, we're so proud of your team for getting this approved, working with council. You worked 3 years on the plan, the quarter plan, and you did a great job. So we're very, very proud to be moving this forward. Do I have any questions or comments from my fellow board members? Seeing none. Oh, there is one. Okay, great. Commissioner Linden.
Yeah, I'll just keep this brief. Just wanted to congratulate everyone as well and thank you for your perseverance over the past couple of years, and also your sort of intentional approach kind of every step along the way. I know it was challenging in moments, but I think your team just did an excellent job overall. And I think there's a lot that we can kind of carry forward from this to the next corridor plan, and maybe some things we can learn from as well. But yeah, just a lot of thanks to you all for just an enormous lift. I know how much work it takes. So just thanks to everyone for sticking through it for 2 years.
Yeah, thanks for those comments. Commissioner Linden, hearing no other, oh, we have one more?
No.
Oh, okay,
I'm good, thank you. Well, now
All right.
that I have the microphone,
Okay.
thank you for the great job.
Okay, great. So do I have a motion to approve the resolution of adoption for transmittal to the full commission?
I move for the transmittal of the resolution to the district council.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Ayes have it 4-0. So thank you so much. We look forward to approving it at the commission at the level. Thank you. Bye now. And we're going to take a lunch break now and come back at, what time is it now? Yes, at 12:20. We'll be back. 12:20, yes. Thank you, and we'll see you at 12:20. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. We're starting our afternoon session of our planning board meeting. We're on item number 9, Cabin John Park Preliminary and Forest Conservation Plan, where staff is recommending approval with conditions. And this afternoon, we have Marco Fuster from the Planning Department providing this presentation. Welcome, Mr. Fuster.
Thank you. Good afternoon. For the record, this is Marco Fuster with the Environment and Climate Division, presenting Cabin John Park Preliminary Plan 1-2025-0080 and Forest Conservation Plan F 2025-0330. The site is located on 80th Place, which is inside the Beltway. The site shown again here is west of Seven Locks Road. Glen Echo is located just further to the east outside of the image. Another point of reference, there's the shopping center with the post office and fish taco, which is located just a little east of the subject property. Moving in closer to the site, this image shows the site's entirely forested. It contains environmentally sensitive features, including significant specimen trees. There's a stream flowing through the site, flowing north to south. The site contains highly erodible soils, stream buffers, steep slopes. The site is 2.38 acres and within the R90 zone, which generally surrounds the property and its vicinity. The site is in the 1990 Bethesda Chevy Chase Master Plan. Another point of reference, the commission-owned Carter Rock Springs Neighborhood Conservation Area Park is located about 300 feet to the north of the subject property. Application. The applicant requests to subdivide the property into 3 lots for new single-family dwelling on each lot. The site access will occur from a shared driveway off of 80th Place. Although no additional right-of-way dedication is needed, the applicant will provide 10-foot public utility easements along the north frontage in this swath along here, and along the south frontage through this area being traced out. So the site will include Category 1 easements to protect the forest setting in the stream buffer areas, and approximately 2/3 of the site will remain undisturbed by the application. Take a moment to touch on the master plan. So the top of page 65 of the Bethesda Chevy Chase Master Plan has site-specific recommendations for the site. It does recommend development of the site with 6 dwelling unit potential as a recommendation to preserve the trees and the slope. No curb cuts off of MacArthur. Specifically recommends access from 80th Place. Further recommendation to preserve the green quality of MacArthur Boulevard scenic route, and to enhance and protect the slope and tree character. And this application achieves each and every one of those recommendations. So the Category 1 easements, along with permanent fence and signage, will protect the easement area. We'll add that the development is located on the flat ground. None of the slopes are disturbed. Then the the retained forest setting is enhanced by removal of man-made debris that exists and control of invasive species throughout the site area. And all the recommendations are met, but with balance in favor of environmental protection, given that only three units are proposed rather than 6, and again, none of the slopes or stream buffer are disturbed, and the forest conservation worksheet would have allowed further clearing than what's currently proposed. Furthermore, Parks staff some time ago had explored potential acquisition of the site. Some of the factors that they consider are the development potential of the site and whether or not it's connected to existing parkland. So in the previous image, it showed the parkland was separated by about 300 feet, and then it was understood that there'd be limited development potential because of the stream buffer environmentally sensitive areas, so it was ultimately not purchased or otherwise acquired from Parks. This image shows the forest conservation plan. Again, it shows the conservation easement areas. Then there's existing WSSC easements and drainage easements in this area, which cannot be put into an overlapping conservation easement. However, per preliminary plan condition 8, there's restrictions on what the applicant and subsequent owners can do on there, which effectively creates an easement-like setting. All of the forest conservation requirements are met on site through forest retention and achieves the primary objectives of the forest conservation law to avoid reforestation in the first place and to protect specific areas such as the stream buffers and steep slopes, which again are not impacted by this plan. And furthermore, the development is limited to the flat area. And again, this is where the master plan recommended the access occurs from. And this portion of the site, note, has some previous disturbance, whereas there's existing shipping container and some dilapidated sheds and a number of other things like engine blocks. And there's generally some invasive species, including invasive trees growing in this area. And you could see it's generally absent from the larger trees. So there's been numerous community correspondence submitted, some prior to the posting of the staff report, and additional correspondence received more recently. So some of the concerns related to runoff, increased flooding. As shown in the staff report, the applicant obtained the DPS stormwater management concept approval. Furthermore, there was drainage studies coordinated through DOT because the any increased runoff leaving the site would enter the public storm drain systems that DOT would be responsible for. So they're involved in the analysis, and it was determined that there'd be no measurable increase relative to flooding concerns. A lot of comments about forest and tree removal, but as mentioned, they're well within the regulatory requirements. There are comments about community character. The master plan itself has a lot of discussion about the character for preserving trees and forest and the associated character, including the slopes. And as previously mentioned, all the slopes are fully protected by the plan. Then there was some comments about the housing types, whereas if the development was inevitable, that ideally be multi-family housing. but that's not possible under the zone. Then there were a lot of questions and comments about construction traffic, and generally that's a permitting issue. And I'd be happy to answer any other questions that might come up after the community members speak further, or if there was any questions the board had on the correspondence already received. The applicant has complied with all submittal and noticing requirements. The application satisfies the subdivision code, zoning ordinance, and substantially conforms with the Bethesda Chevy Chase master plan. And the project meets the requirements of forest conservation law. And staff recommends approval with conditions as enumerated in the staff report. And this concludes the initial staff presentation. Be happy to answer any questions at this time, or be prepared to respond to any you might have later on.
So thank you for your presentation. We'll wait for our questions until after the applicant makes a presentation. So would the applicant like to come up and make a presentation? Oh, no, I'm sorry. Why don't we do this? Why don't we take the public testimony first, and then we'll have you. Sorry about that. So we have 4 speakers today. 5. Okay, 5 speakers. Elizabeth Klimp, Carolina Crona, Nathan Cainstaro, Grace McGuire, and Scott Lewis. Could all of you come up, please? Why don't we start with Ms. Klimp? So individuals have 3 minutes to make their testimony, and then any organizations have 6 minutes. So why don't you start by stating your name and giving your presentation. Thank you. Did someone help her put the, did she have it? So we can see it. I don't know, it's just not on the main stage.
All right. Okay. Yep. There you go. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. I want to thank the board for providing me the opportunity to speak today regarding the current application. My name is Elizabeth Klimp, and my husband and I live on 80th Place with our 2 children, ages 2 years and 11 months. Next slide, please. My husband and I have provided 2 letters regarding our concerns about the proposed plan to develop Cabin John Park, touching on 4 distinct concerns. I'm speaking today to provide additional context on the last concern. Because a picture is worth 1,000 words, and because I'm limited to 3 minutes, I decided to show the board exactly what our neighborhood looks like. Next slide. This is 80th Place. It is an extremely narrow, dead-end street that is an offshoot of 81st Street and has a near 90-degree bend in the middle. At its widest point, it is 16 feet. Next slide. This is the point through which the applicant proposes to enter the construction site. Here, the road narrows to a minuscule 14 feet. Next slide. This photo is the point through which the This is what happens to 80th Place when small family-sized vehicles park on the side of the road. Next slide. To illustrate my point even further, this is my 2-year-old son walking in the space between a parked car and the curb. My son is not a massive 2-year-old. He is not 2 going on 3. He turned 2 earlier this month. He is 26 pounds. Next slide. This image demonstrates what happens on 80th Place when Amazon, mom's best friend, delivers packages on our street. Next slide. Perhaps most relevant to the current situation, this photo demonstrates what happens to 80th Place when a large Montgomery County truck maneuvers our street. These images show that allowing the applicant to access the site through 80th Place and inevitably park his vehicles on our street will effectively block our road. It will prevent residents from rightfully ingressing and egressing their properties. It will interfere with our contractual relationships with service providers such as landscapers, oil companies for heating their homes, maintenance personnel like pest control, chimney sweeps, gutters, Cleaners, service providers such as physical therapists. We do have an individual on our road with significant physical disabilities. And child caregivers. It will also interfere with the receipt of county services which our tax dollars pay for, such as trash recycling and snow removal. Most importantly, it will certainly impede emergency and life-saving service vehicles such as fire trucks and ambulances. The situation doesn't just pose an inconvenience to the residents of 80th Place, it will completely upend our daily lives and infringe upon our rights as property owners. Most importantly, it puts our lives at risk during emergency situations. Next slide. Parking on 81st Street isn't a much better option. While 80th Place is 16 feet across, 81st Street is a whopping 20. It also has a number of small hills and turns that create challenging blind spots even when vehicles aren't parked on the side of the road. Next slide, please. Again, to illustrate, this is a construction vehicle parked on 81st Street. The tracks you see in the snow were left by a small sedan that had to veer on a neighbor's property to get around the truck. Now, the applicant had an attorney write a response to my husband's in my original letter. In her response, she states the applicant does not foresee construction traffic, next slide please, negatively impacting the neighborhood. Looking at the images I just showed you in a map of the neighborhood, I don't see how anyone can honestly make that statement. The attorney continues by pointing to the applicant's development on 81st Street and states that he will continue to responsibly manage construction, parking, and traffic throughout the neighborhood. To continue to do something, you must have done it in the first place. And as you are going to hear from my friends and neighbors, the applicant did not responsibly manage anything related to the previous project, much less traffic and construction parking. The applicant's construction vehicles routinely blocked the entrance to 81st Street, and when it wasn't blocked, his trucks created dangerous blind spots for both pedestrians and drivers that resulted in numerous near-miss accidents for cars turning onto MacArthur.
Ms. Klimp, can you wrap up your presentation? Can you wrap up your presentation,
sure.
please?
Actually, before I close, I'd like to mention our community is not ignorant to what is going on in Montgomery County. We understand the housing shortage and the tax revenue is badly needed. There's a right way and a wrong way to do this, and we request the board take our concerns into consideration. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you so much. I appreciate you coming out today. And next is Carolina Furukrona. Okay.
Good afternoon. My name is Carolina Furukrona, and I own the home at the corner of 81st Street and 80th Place, the white one that you saw in Libby's pictures. I expressed my strong opposition and request that the development not be approved due to serious public safety, traffic, and community impact concerns. My remarks will focus on, one, the narrow nature of 81st Street and 80th Place. These streets are extremely narrow residential streets. Large trucks need to do a three-point turn to get into 80th Place, and cars have to wait for trucks to drive by before proceeding. In the previous one, it's actually a video where two cars of normal size had to just veer each other and go into lawns to get by. I have been stuck in my driveway more times than I can remember and have had to drive over my entire lawn to get out. I am often forced to take an alternative route to go up Caraway, and when I attempt to get by, I scratch my car. It is incomprehensible to think that the standard street traffic, not to mention emergency vehicles, would be able to move freely if trucks and crews were in and parked on either street, and that anyone living on 80th Place, a dead end with no other alternative route, could be reached by emergency vehicles in a timely manner. The plan would severely impede the safe movement of residents, restrict emergency vehicle access, and create hazardous conditions for pedestrians, including children. The only alternative would be to widen both streets, which would mean moving large trees and telephone lines on my lawn and others, and I would fight this all the way. Life safety concerns, number two. Visibility on these streets is limited. During the developer's previous construction, trucks obstructed sight lines, creating dangerous conditions for over a year. I believe it was about 15 months. My children and I experienced a near collision and were on MacArthur Avenue and were regularly at risk of being hit by cars to get to the school bus, which is directly on the other side of MacArthur Avenue, when walking around large trucks. Allowing similar conditions to occur again would put residents at unacceptable risk. Three, previous experience with the applicant. We have direct experience with this applicant's poor site management practices, complete disregard for resident complaints, and combative behavior. During his previous construction, debris and trash were left around the sites at all times, including nails and trash that would be dragged by cars all the way up to my lawn. A porta potty was placed facing the street, and the door was open at all times. My children and I, as well as all other children, pedestrians, and any cars driving by, would be frequently exposed to foul smells, and on a few occasions, men relieving themselves in the porta potty with the doors open, including coming out and zipping their pants in front of us, looking straight at us. This is an intimidating sight. If the development is approved, and by the way, the county, lots of complaints went unanswered, and the history proposes serious threats to the developer's willingness to work with us. If the site is approved, I request the following. The entrance be relocated to MacArthur Avenue. All site parking be inside the site itself, not on these streets. That the line of trees behind my home be preserved, that the number of houses built be reduced from 3 to 2, and that Montgomery County requires strict oversight and enforcement to ensure this developer follows the law, is fully responsive, and maintains a clean and safe site. This development as planned poses real and preventable risk to public safety and quality of life, and I will hold the county and the developer accountable for all safety issues that may happen to my family and children during the construction. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Next is Nathan Canistaro.
Thanks very much for the opportunity to speak. My name is Nathan Canistero. I'm one of the property owners adjacent to the 80th Place lot, whose development is under consideration here today. I ask that the board deny this application in its entirety, or if it must continue, impose significant limitations and downsize the scope of the construction. In addition to the written comments which I provided for the record, I want to highlight, I'm going to talk about two of the items on Libby's list here, why this should be the case. First, construction of the 3 houses on the 80th Place lot will substantially increase stormwater runoff from through our community. Now, I know the developer has issued his runoff calculations, but regardless of these, the members of our community who live down the hill, downstream, report that every time a property is developed, their flooding problems get worse. The county's drainage code is outdated and does not take into account the increasing frequency and severity of floods. And our neighbors are now spending thousands of dollars on flood remediation and prevention. Adding 3 more houses to this mix is only going to impose an additional financial burden on them. Secondly, this is not our first experience with this developer, and as my colleagues mentioned here, he's already built a house in our neighborhood from which there has been increased stormwater runoff. The house that he built at 6501 81st Street, water flows from that property down the hill, overflows the drainage ditches on MacArthur Avenue, and then down into the neighborhood beyond. Again, building 3 houses is only going to worsen this problem. Secondly, our neighborhood is opposed to Montgomery County issuing permits to this developer specifically, given his irresponsible pattern of behavior during his construction work on 6501 81st Street. Now, I know the developer has provided, and his attorney have provided assurances that they acted responsibly in terms of traffic and parking during this construction effort. These statements are false. I know this because I live right next door, and I had plenty of opportunity to observe the fact that the developer's crews routinely block traffic without a permit, and then his workers were reluctant or unwilling to move their vehicles even after neighborhood complaints. Additionally, he's also acted with callous disregard to the property rights of adjacent property owners. His workers have trespassed on my property, damaged my property without compensation, and threw trash everywhere. This includes a 6-foot piece of PVC piping, which his guys tossed into my front yard. Additionally, at one point in the construction project, one of his subcontractors appeared to have his 12-year-old son up on the roof on a second-floor roofing crew. This is in addition to the routine violations of county noise ordinances, where they're working with nail guns and air compressors at 8 p.m. at night at greater than 120 decibels. Now, my wife and I have at times talked to both the developer and his son about these complaints, and oftentimes we got the same response. I can't control my subcontractors, that's a quote. Also, I can't be expected to be here all the time to see what's going on. This is an admission that his supervision of his work is insufficient, and that this irresponsible behavior would continue in a new site. Just in closing, if the county does decide to approve this application, we expect assurances that Montgomery County will enforce its own laws and regulations in terms of construction. I filed 4 separate formal complaints with the county documenting violations of Montgomery County Code, The county never responded to me in any way, shape, or form. In one instance, I called the Montgomery County Police Department to come out and witness these violations firsthand. They couldn't be bothered to show up. So with that, I thank you for your time, but I ask you to please look very skeptically on this application and deny it.
Thank you for your presentation. Next is Grace McGuire.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Grace McGuire, and I'm speaking today as a 22-year-old who grew up on 81st Street and wants to be able to live here in the future. When I look at this proposal, what I see is a disconnect between Montgomery County's stated goals and the reality of what is being approved. We are constantly hear the need to retain young people, support working families, and create inclusive, sustainable communities. Yet this project does the opposite. It replaces forested land next to parkland with 3 single-family homes that will sell for close to $2 million each. This is not a housing policy. It is only serving our county's wealthiest. Projects like this do not create opportunities for the next generation. They close the door further while asking us to accept the environmental and infrastructural impacts. Cabin John is special because it is not overbuilt. It is defined by its proximity to parkland, Cabin John Creek, and intact forest. I have countless memories from growing up and going into the very woods that are planned to be developed to play hide and seek, find Lily, our neighbor's dog known for escaping, or just an afternoon adventure. The undeveloped woods were some of the most important parts of growing up in Cabin John for me. The parcel proposed for development directly borders protected land and functions as an important ecosystem. Once it is cleared, the loss is permanent. If we continue to allow high-end development in environmentally sensitive areas simply because it is profitable, we erode the very qualities that make communities like this desirable in the first place. There's also a fairness issue in how decisions like this are made. Hearings scheduled during work hours, especially right before the holidays, systematically exclude younger residents who don't have flexible schedules. That means decisions shaping the long-term future of this community are made without the meaningful participation of the people who will live with these consequences for the longest. This isn't about resisting change, it's about asking what kind of change are we choosing? Are we building a community that future generations can realistically live in, or one that prioritizes short-term profit and speculative development over sustainability, affordability, and environmental responsibility? Approving more unaffordable housing in sensitive areas does not solve Montgomery County's housing challenges. It worsens them, while permanently altering land that cannot be replaced. As someone who grew up here, I want Cabin John to remain a place where young people can imagine building their lives, not just a place that gets priced further out of reach with every new decision. I urge the Planning Board to deny this application and to prioritize development policies that reflect long-term community health, environmental protection, and generational equity. Thank you.
Thank you for coming out today and for your presentation. And our last presenter is Scott Lewis.
Yes, good afternoon. It's great to be here. My name is Scott Lewis. I'm president of the Cabin John Citizens Association. We are responsible for Cabin John and preserving a long-standing history of a strong and vibrant community. I think we evidenced that today. We also promote the neighborhood's unique esprit de corps and our beautiful natural surroundings. If you don't know Cabin John, one side is the river, the other side is the Cabin John Creek. Let me start by saying we support commerce, we support capitalism, and we don't unilaterally deny or go against any of these any of these developments. We've all benefited from recent investments in restaurants and retail in the community, and we actively support it. Further, with CJCA, we fully support the comments made by the other Cabin Johners that are here today, so thank you for your comments. By the way, I do want to invite you personally to our crab feast. It's the middle of September. It's the only crab feast I'm aware of in Montgomery County, so you have to come. It'll be a beautiful afternoon. So here's what we're requesting. We're requesting that you either deny or delay the approval of this development. The first thing is, you probably know that Washington Aqueduct goes right along MacArthur Boulevard. It was built in the 1800s. It supplies water to Washington, D.C. There is a failing culvert that diverts some of the stormwater underneath it. And if you look at a letter written November 11th from Brenda M. Pardo, Engineer 3, to Mr. Mark Fuster, the county is currently collaborating with the Army Corps of Engineers, a federal entity, of course, to obtain approval for repair that failing storm drain. So why don't we should probably just fix that first. I know the derecho comes through, the fact that there's a development happening here with 3 homes. If that were to fail, it could potentially impact the aqueduct, which provides water to the district. So I think that has to be repaired. Secondly, you mentioned the curb cut. The planning staff mentioned the curb cut directly on MacArthur Boulevard. We don't know that a feasibility study has been done to see whether that's even possible. Certainly, construction-wise, you need a bulldozer and some cement to put in a curb. but from research we did, we don't understand what entity is responsible for whether that can be done. It's, you know, it's a federal road, right, the Army Corps of Engineers, but it's also county maintained. So we just think that should be looked at. And if you were to provide entrance into this new development, that would eliminate the concerns people have in and around 80th Street, the narrow turns, the access to emergency vehicles, construction vehicles, Amazons, et cetera. So again, delay and have a look at that. That might be a feasible way to address this. Last point, just in general, is that we probably need a new master plan, or specifically a minor master plan. The last one done was 1990. I know that's not in your purview, but the county should probably do that. It's given some of the concerns some of my Kevin John has expressed about affordability in the county, particularly where we live. And that's it. Thank you for your opportunity to testify, and we'll see you at that crab feast in September.
Thank you so much. Thanks for the invitation to the crab feast. So thank you so much. You can go back to your seats, please, and we're going to have the applicant and their attorney come up, please. So as you make your presentation, could you also address some of the comments that came up today and requests? Thank you.
Yes. For the record, Casey Cerner with the law firm of Miles and Stockbridge. On behalf of Potomac Heritage Homes, the assignee of 4205 Soul Road, LLC. With me today are Dan DeMaria, the president of Potomac Heritage Homes, and Dave McKee, the project consultant with Benning and Associates. The applicant agrees with the staff's report and all the recommended conditions of approval, and urges this board to approve the subject preliminary plan and forest conservation plan. This is an application for a 3-lot subdivision of approximately 2.38 acres in the R90 zone, situated along MacArthur Boulevard and 80th Place in Cabin John. The remainder of the property abuts single-family homes, some of which that were constructed in 2020 and 2021. The applicant is an experienced home builder here in the county. He's been building homes for almost 30 years and acquired this property from the Motter family as it passed down the property to family members, and it was recently sold for development. The project's a modest development. It proposes 3 lots. Originally, the project proposed 4 lots, but it was reduced in size. The R90 zoning, however, would provide for 11 lots, and the master plan recommends 6 lots on this site. The project proposes a shared driveway for the 3 lots with access on 80th Place, which has been approved by Montgomery County Fire and Rescue Department and been reviewed by DOT. So the shared driveway not only limits imperviousness, it also provides a fire access turnaround on where there lacks one. 80th Place currently dead ends at a paper street without a turnaround. And access to the site is not allowed on MacArthur Boulevard per the master plan. It's recommended to be provided on 80th Place as proposed. And it's also not desirable to have access on MacArthur Boulevard given its historic designation as well as its designation as a scenic route, as well as the grade differential between the site and MacArthur Boulevard would make it extremely difficult. So the minimization of on-site imperviousness through the shared driveway results in a significant retention of forests. As Mr. Fuster explained, approximately 2/3 of the site will be retained as forest. And so of the 2.38 acres of the tract, approximately 1.4 acres will be retained as forest, and slightly over 1 acre of that forest will be placed in a Category 1 conservation easement. Proposed condition number 8 will protect the area of forest outside the conservation easement because it restricts future property owners from removing any forest, subject to the county's storm drain easement and the WSSC easement that overlap that area. So the forest retained on site includes the stream buffer, the steep slopes, and priority forest. And to further protect these environmental features, the development was shifted to the west of the site to avoid all of those areas so they could be protected within the forest conservation easement. The environmental features are further protected on site through condition number 13, which proposes building restriction lines that are more restrictive than allowed by the zoning. And although the forest retention on the property exceeds that required by the forest conservation law, some of the trees that are removed for development will require mitigation plantings. Approximately 41 trees will be planted on site, and per condition number 2 of the Forest Conservation Plan, those tree locations will be worked out with Mr. Fuster and are it's articulated in the condition that they be concentrated along the western boundary of the site, along where the houses, existing residences abut the subject property. The project also introduces stormwater management, environmental site design practices into an older neighborhood that was constructed prior to these practices. DPS did approve a stormwater management concept plan that is in accordance with the laws, and although the applicant proposed to oversize the ESD facilities, DPS did not accept that offer. The project also provides a further community benefit by adding a fire hydrant along the proposed shared driveway. With respect to the testimony provided by the community, we'd like to first address construction traffic. The construction is proposed to occur all at the same time so that the 3 houses are built simultaneously. So what that will do is limit the number of material deliveries and limit the number of construction traffic and the length and period of time for which those things are occurring. The first thing that will happen at construction will be that the construction access will be constructed on the site, which will be in the location of the proposed shared driveway and be at least 100 feet long, which gives ample area for construction traffic to park on site. And that is why we do not anticipate that construction vehicles will be parking on the roads. Again, site access was another issue raised by the community, and that has been approved by DPS. And it will require the installation of a paved apron within the 80th place right-of-way, which will effectively expand the paved width on that specific area. In addition to the in response to the stormwater management increases, the stormwater management concept plan proposes 12 ESD facilities. And DOT also reviewed and approved a storm drain analysis prepared by the applicant and approved that analysis without requiring any additional work. So no work is proposed to the culvert that was identified by the community as under MacArthur Boulevard. The language in the DOT letter that was referenced by the community testimony has to do with a project Montgomery County is currently pursuing to reline the culvert, to reinforce its structural integrity. It does not relate to the ability of the culvert to receive water. Nonetheless, DOT did determine that there will be an immeasurable amount of water that will be generated from this property. It will not affect the status quo of what's currently occurring out there on site. And again, the applicant's not required to do any improvements to that culvert. This project goes above and beyond in protecting the environmental characters of the site through the Category 1 easement that will cover the steep slopes, the priority forest, the stream, the additional restrictions on forest removal through the conditions of approval. And this property has actually always been subject to the potential for forest removal because of the existence of the county storm drain easement that was granted in the 1950s. What this application will do is protect at least an acre of that forest within a Category 1 forest conservation easement, a protection that's not currently on the property. As for master plan consistency, as Mr. Fuster indicated, page 65 has a site-specific recommendation for this property. In addition to the environmental recommendations, the site does propose redevelopment of this property with 6 lots, specifically for single-family land uses. And this application conforms to the master plan recommendations by reducing the lot density that's proposed by this plan. I know there was some testimony with respect to the aesthetics of the design of the houses, and we understand that that's something that is outside the scope of the subdivision approval. And I will turn it over to Mr. Demaria to speak to some of the concerns raised by the community related to his construction of one of the houses in the neighborhood.
Hi, I'm Dan Demaria. As Casey indicated, Potomac Heritage Homes was founded in 1999, and we've been building houses in the county since then. I've probably built 150 houses throughout Bethesda and Potomac during the time period that we've been here. And I'm somewhat dismayed with the comments that was made by Mr. Canistaro. We did build a house on 81st Street. I had numerous conversations with Mr. Canistaro about the parking. It was a difficult spot because of the size. We did, at one point, were allowed to park across the street got permission from a landowner on a vacant property, wasn't being used, and Mr. Canistaro came out and told my subcontractors that they couldn't park there, they had to move. And there was, so from a management standpoint, I don't necessarily agree with him that we said we couldn't be there all day. We are there every day, maybe not full 8 hours a day. There was one complaint that was that the county had and came out to our site, and the inspector who came out to the site when he was at that site indicated in his report that he thought the site was well kept. So I apologize if they felt that there were some issues with that, but we were well aware and tried to make sure that we were responsive and that we were trying to do the best we can. With regard to damage and the pipe that Mr. Canistaro talked about in his front yard, yes, there absolutely was a pipe in his front yard. I don't know how it got there. I don't believe one of my contractors just decided to throw it there. It may have come during the night and the kid might have brought it there, whatever. But it was removed immediately. In addition to that, I had a number of email conversations with his wife about a tree that they indicated that we had damaged. And I offered to replace the tree with their permission, but they never gave me permission to do so. So that didn't happen. With regard to a 12-year-old being on the roof, putting on shingles, I know exactly the person he's talking about. Unfortunately, that young man just looks very young. He's not a 12-year-old, and he is one of my longtime contractors. With the parking, I want to reiterate what Casey brought up. We will definitely put in the shared driveway first, all in gravel, okay? And that will be very ample area for contractors to park. It's only feasible to build all 3 units at the same time because of that shared driveway, which, as Casey said, will lessen the time of, well, it won't lessen the time of building. You build one house, it's probably going to take us 9 months to build that house, but building 3 of them probably takes us 12 months to finish the entire project, okay? There will be days that we will have materials delivered and they will be coming in by truck. We will be there during that period of time, but the deliveries are made fairly quickly, okay? And there could be some disruption at some times, but we'll manage that. The house on the corner, when you're pouring concrete, yes, there were some concrete trucks one day that were backed up while we're trying to pour the foundation. That won't happen here because the concrete trucks will be on the shared driveway, so they won't be in the road. I think that with Dave and Casey and ourselves, we've tried to to adhere to everything that we were supposed to adhere to on this piece of property, and we will continue to do so. And with regard to, the porta potty, yes, that porta potty was out on the street because it was the only place it could go. It is cleaned. I have a contract with our porta potty people to clean the porta potty once a week. Okay, so it was never in disarray, but it's a requirement that we have to have a porta potty on site. With this site, the porta potty nobody will know where it is. It's going to be way back at the end of the shared driveway, so it'll be back and out of the way. Those are really the comments that I have. I believe I've got a very good relationship with the county and DPS, and our reputation in the county for building houses is, I don't have any complaints or anything that I can adhere to, so that's my comment.
Okay, thank you so much, Sherry. Are you all done?
We are here to answer any questions, and again, would urge the board to approve the preliminary plan of forest conservation plan.
Great, thank you. So are there any questions or comments from the board members?
Yes, thank you to our staff for your presentation. Thank you for the community members coming by, and thank you for the applicant's presentation. One of the things that I'm concerned about is what type of interaction and mitigation or mediation happened between the builder and the community, and if there was any, and did you guys attempt to reach some kind of resolution before today?
With respect to the concerns that were raised by the community and the correspondence?
With regards to the narrow navigation of 80th Place during the construction, and the ingress and egress to their properties during the construction phase.
So as we had mentioned, during the construction phase, the first thing to go in will be a gravel driveway providing the construction access on the site. And so the vehicles will traverse down 81st Street onto 80th Place and then enter the property through that construction driveway. And that, I believe Mr. Demaria is also open to providing advance notice when any large deliveries come into the community. He has tried to keep an open line of communication with the community and would be happy to do that.
If I can just expound on that. That during our the meeting with the community, I brought that up, and one of the neighbors asked if we would be willing to take everybody's email, and when we had a large delivery, like let's say the lumber coming out for a house, would we allow, would we let them know the day and that kind of thing? And I absolutely am 100% willing to do so. It's the parking issue. I want to disagree with what was said today. We did try to manage on that first house that we built our parking. It was a very difficult site. It wasn't a lot of room. And I want to say I appreciate all the pictures that were shown, but none of those pictures were shown of what we had parking. It was everybody else and county vehicles and things like that. The streets are narrow, but they're passable. And with that being said, we are going to do our best to manage that. We don't let our contract, I shouldn't say we don't let our we try to manage our contractors as best we can, okay? And if they get out of line, then we have conversations with them. Deliveries to the project of large items like your lumber, like your concrete, like those kinds of things, more than happy to say, hey, put a schedule together and say, this day next week, we're going to be pouring a foundation and we're going to have concrete trucks there. Or, we're going to be delivering lumber on Tuesday and Wednesday. But when you deliver a lumber package, it typically is a half hour to 45 minutes and the truck's gone.
Yeah. So
next question I have is, what efforts were taken to gain access to MacArthur for the site? Because it seems as though there's plenty of opportunity with regards to land mass to access MacArthur Boulevard to the buildable lots, and what efforts were given to access MacArthur Boulevard.
So because of the master plan recommendations and the historic designation and the fact that MacArthur Boulevard's really under the guise of the Army Corps of Engineers, that was not an option that was explored because the proposed access is consistent with what's recommended in the master plan that specifically says provide access off of 80th Place. And frankly, access to this property has always been proposed off of 80th Place. Previously, there was a record plat back in the 1950s that proposed the development of this property off of a cul-de-sac with internal to the site that came off of 80th Place. And so it's always been proposed that the access to the site would be on 80th Place.
Well,
and just for purposes of context, even though the paved width of 80th Place may be narrow, the actual right-of-way width along this section is about 42 feet. So,
were these parcels part of a subdivided from an existent parcel? And so there was a house and then it was associated with these parcels, or these parcels always stood alone by themselves?
So this is a single parcel. The house that Mr. DeMaria reconstructed was the Matter family home that was on a separate recorded lot. But back in the 1950s, this parcel was recorded into, I think, 7 lots with access off of a cul-de-sac. But that was abandoned for some type of future development because that construction was never implemented of the houses on the 7 lots.
So, I mean, I'm trying not to be lawyerly or scholarly, but from what I could glean, the access to these parcels was not intended for new construction or new homes, but rather they were servicing the home that was attached to these parcels and not for construction of new parcels. Getting back to MacArthur Boulevard, did you explore any exceptions or apply for any exceptions to accessing the parcels from MacArthur Boulevard?
No, again, we proposed access to the site in accordance with the master plan. So going through the subdivision process, it was never brought up at DRC or through any of the reviewing agencies that we look at access off of MacArthur Boulevard. And this site was a standalone site that was not associated with the single-family house that was on a separate recorded lot. It was intended for this site to be developed into multiple lots. In fact, the master plan that was the community was saying that needs to be updated recommended that this site be redeveloped into 6 lots. So I believe that it was always intended that this site be developed into single-family homes with access off of 80th Place, because that's pretty much exactly what the master plan says.
Okay. You can. All right, thank you. So let me just say this. I appreciate the residents coming out and the Civic Association. It seems like several of the things you have concerns about are we don't have purview over, right? A lot of in terms of the, what goes on the site when they're building, when they go to try to pull a building permit on this, we ask you to, in DPS, Department of Building Services over-regulates the hours of construction, the noise ordinances, and like maybe the parking, but it looks as if the value of this development, if it moves forward, is to they can stage all of the parking on site during construction, so there's less impact of construction vehicles within the community, like parking within the community and like that. So big picture, the fact that they're building on the piece of the site that's narrow part, this flat that's near the roadway, they're leaving 2/3 of the site undeveloped. so that they're, protecting that stream valley there and leaving a lot of, and creating a Category 1 forest there, which is, it's a very positive feature of here. We also do need more housing, all types of housing, whether they're single-family detached or multifamily housing. I think that's important, that they are building less than what's in the master plan. They said at one time by ideally you could do 11. The master plan said 6. They're building 3. So I believe they're also minimizing the footprint here. So I'm in favor of this project for those reasons. Ideally, yes, it would be great if you can go off MacArthur, but that's for lots of reasons that is not happening. And the curb cuts would be very close together. I don't see, from what is it, 80th First Street to where you would have a curb cut off from MacArthur, even if you could do it, they were very too close together, especially on a large street like MacArthur. So I'm in favor of this project for the reasons I mentioned. But I did have one question, just out of curiosity. Why is Lot 3, the boundaries of Lot 3, why doesn't they all go back to the end of the property line to the east? Is there a reason why Lot 3 is is a different lot boundary, versus why is it split up like that? Just out of curiosity, I just wanted to know.
I can speak to that. Dave McKee, Benning Associates. We were just trying to divide up the land and give each lot owner some acreage. I mean, it's a conservation area, but it was a way to even out things, basically is what it is, rather than make that lot tighter, if that's what you're referring to.
Great, thank you. So those are my comments. I'm open to more comments from the other board members.
Well, you asked some of the question I have. A couple of other things. It's correct. In planning board, our preview is not over the construction. The construction and implementation is in the hands of County Executive Department of Permitting Services, and they assign inspectors to each project, and the builder works with that inspectors. The inspector comes on a regular basis and also on the specific milestone of the project to inspect, make sure that the project is being built in accordance to the design and the plans. And also there are sediment control that they're going to come check for any kind of runoff. They're going to also check the issues for the traffic control and access. So the people that you want to take your concerns to, it's important that you be able, when they are pulling the permit, make sure that your concerns included in the permits. We cannot stop them. There is the right, they follow all the process, they follow all the zoning, so they have the right to build there. So make sure that you stay in contact with DPS. And I see that this project, the way that we heard from the applicant, is being done differently because they have a private road, and most of the activities stays in there except the access, and they're willing to provide and minimize the disruptions with the trucks and everything else. I know that we talk about access from MacArthur. My question is that, and I do not know if that has been looked at, that if the construction entrance, just that temporarily, could be done through MacArthur, not the permanent. Permanent, I understand, everything has to be done the way you have done. But I heard that there is difference in elevations, and I do not know if there are trees or other things that makes it difficult. I think if they allow construction, just during the construction, the access to be from MacArthur, and it looks like that there is some kind of curb cut. I see something there. I do not know if there is a curb cut or not. If they could just do it during that without interruption to the you know, forest easement, forest conservation area.
I could answer that if you
Yes.
like. Dave McKee, Benning and Associates, and I think Marco could probably back me up on that, but there is vegetation along MacArthur, and our objective is to maintain that vegetation as a buffer along MacArthur. And so to put an entrance in there would mean clearing trees or some specimen trees in there.
So there are specimen trees.
specimen
Okay,
big trees,
okay.
and
Vegetation
definitely
is different. A specimen's
topography as
tree,
well.
I understand. Okay, I got it. Thank you.
Okay, someone had mentioned they had lost sound in the auditorium, so, but Commissioners Linden and, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear everyone.
Do you have any questions or comments on this project?
No, I don't have any additional questions. Just wanted to thank everyone for the pretty thorough review and overview of the various considerations. Appreciate folks from the neighborhood coming out and sharing your experiences. I just one very brief comment about the idea that what we're going to see here are very expensive detached single-family homes, and I think we're happy to see some concern about obviously the cost of housing, with some of the remarks about just residential housing in general in the county, and I think that for this exact reason, you may or may not be aware, but the planning department and the planning board we've taken up a variety of initiatives over the past couple of years to try to diversify housing types in different parts of the county and legalize different housing types, particularly in parts of the county that are close to transit, obviously, that have existing infrastructure, to try to meet a lot of the pent-up demand for housing closer in areas, with types of housing that are less expensive to build, with smaller unit sizes, to meet different people's needs at different stages of their life and also different preferences they might have. So this just for awareness, for your awareness, it's something that we've been focused on and we're trying to do more of. And that's not to sort of make a value judgment at all about detached single-family homes, but in terms of affordability and attainability, it's something that we have been focused on. We will hopefully continue to be focused on. This is a situation where the zoning allows one specific thing, unfortunately, and unless a new master plan comes along, or a local map amendment of some sort, or a zoning change, kind of along the lines of what the planning board had recommended, this is the kind of thing that you should expect in these kinds of areas. So I just wanted to note that in terms of what is allowed, and also what the county may be trying to move toward in the future.
Okay, great. Thank you for those comments. Yes, yep. And then we hope that some of the residents will support some of those other opportunities to provide smaller homes when those opportunities come. So, Commissioner Hedrick, do you have any comments or questions before we move forward?
No comments or questions. I think everything I've had asked would have asked has been answered.
Okay, great. So, can you go back? How many we have to have? Two approvals here, one for a preliminary plan and one for preliminary/final forest conservation grant, correct? All right, hearing no other questions or comments, do I have a motion for approval of the preliminary plan where staff is recommending approval with conditions? This is for Cabin John Park.
I move for the approval of preliminary plan.
I'll second.
I second.
Okay. Approved in second, moved in second, and all in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye. All opposed?
I abstain.
Okay, so it's 4-0-1, 4 approved, 1 abstain. Thank you. Do I have a motion for approval of the preliminary/final forest conservation plan where staff is recommending approval with conditions?
I move for the approval of preliminary and final forest conservation plan.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 I abstain.
Okay, 401. Yes, thank you for the applicant for bringing this up. Thank you for participants that spoke, that came out today. We really appreciate you coming out, hearing your concerns. So we're going to take a 1-minute break and start with our next item, item number 10, Sybils subdivision Lot 2, where staff is recommending approval with conditions. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. We're on item number 10, Cybele Subdivision Lot 2, Preliminary Plan Amendment, where staff is recommending approval with conditions. This afternoon, we have Emily Teitelbaum from the Planning Department presenting this item. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Planning Board. For the record, my name is Emily Teitelbaum with the East County Division, here to present Cybele Subdivision Lot 2, Preliminary Plan Amendment number 1-2006-060A. As the chair mentioned, staff is recommending approval with conditions of the preliminary plan amendment for a new adequate public facilities finding and validity period that will allow the applicant to pull building permits to construct 12 townhouses on the property. So you can see the property in the county boundary here in a red star. It is very close to the border with Prince George's County off of Greencastle Road. Here is a more zoomed in view. It's on the west side of Greencastle Road, directly across from Fairland Recreational Park. And you can see the Montgomery County, Prince George's County border right here. There are constructed townhouse communities north and south of the property, and to the west are garden apartment communities. And then in between these townhouse communities and the apartment communities are environmental areas, streams, forest, mostly protected within forest conservation easements. So the property is about 2 acres, comprised of 12 lots that were platted according to the approved preliminary plan. The property is currently zoned TLD, Townhouse Low Density, but the property was zoned RT8 when the preliminary plan and site plan were approved. The property is located within the 2023 Fairland and Briggs Cheney Master Plan area. A driveway from Greencastle Road provides access to Monarch Court, which is the private road that will serve the townhouse community. As you can see here, the private road has already been constructed. The western portion of the property contains a stream, floodplain, and forest, most of which is protected within 2 Category 1 forest conservation easements. There's also WSC right-of-way right here between the 2 easement areas. So the original preliminary plan for this property was approved in 2007 to create 12 lots for 12 townhouses. The preliminary plan was validated when a plat was recorded for all the townhouses, but the adequate public facilities validity period expired in 2020, and that's the reason this application is before you, because a new APF finding is required. As a side note, the planning board adopted a policy, I think within the last year, that in this situation, for situations where there are 10 houses or less that haven't been built and the APF is expired, we can approve those administratively, but because this is more than 10 houses, it is before you today. In 2009, a site plan was approved for the 12 townhouse community, which you can see here on the right. So here's Monarch Court, the proposed townhouses, and then the environmental area off to the west here. So as I mentioned, the applicant is requesting a new APF finding and a new validity period to allow construction of the townhouse community. There are no changes to the preliminary plan except for the fire emergency vehicle access area. A different pavement or a different paving type was required for the access area. And other than that, there are no changes to the preliminary plan. So in the review of the preliminary plan, an issue did emerge concerning the fire lane. It's a little bit complicated. It is described briefly in the report, but I'm going to try to give you an overview here. So separate preliminary and site plans were approved for these 2 properties. The subject property here is outlined in red, and then the other property I will refer to as the Greencastle HOA property here to the south. So these were approved separately, the 2 properties, but They were approved with a fire lane connecting the two properties. It was originally supposed to be grass pave connecting them. The Greencastle HOA community was constructed over 15 years ago with Madison Park Lane here, ending as a stub street, approximately 20 feet from the property line here. The grass paved fire lane connection that was approved between the stub of the road and the property line was never constructed. As a result, the Greencastle HOA community is technically in violation of the approved site plan, and construction on this property is needed to complete the fire lane connection. The Greencastle HOA understandably had a lot of concerns when they heard about this, since their community was constructed many years ago. I've met with representatives of the HOA and DPS to try to explain the situation. DPS had originally planned to issue a violation notice to the HOA, but just recently we're taking a different tactic and trying to reach out to the builder of this community, of the Greencastle HOA, to try to rectify the situation and have them construct the fire lane connecting Madison Park Lane to the property line so that it can connect with the fire lane between Monarch Court and the property lane on the subject property side. So while this affects both properties, the approval before you today is just for the subject property, the APF on the subject property. Aside from this fire lane issue, staff also provided information about the application to Councilmember Mink's office and to a neighbor. A few report corrections that are reflected in the resolution. On page 1, the applicant is updated from the applicant representative's name just to the owner's name. And then on pages 1 and 6, the date of the planning board approval is updated to reflect the resolution mailing date rather than the hearing date. And again, those have both been corrected in the resolution that is also before you today. So with that, adequate public facilities exist for the proposed development, and staff is recommending approval with conditions of the preliminary plan amendment and adoption of the resolution. And I'm happy to take any questions that you have.
Thank you so much for your presentation. We have one person providing testimony, public testimony, LaDonna Clemens, who is online. Ms. Clemens, as part of the Greencastle HOA, you get 6 minutes. You're on mute, ma'am.
Are you able to hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, great. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Chair Harris and members of the board. I am LaDonna Clemens, the president of the board of directors for Greencastle HOA, the community to the south of the Naylor property. I'm writing to you today to provide a statement on behalf of the association. The association's members are looking forward to the development of the Naylor property and to welcoming a new community of neighbors into our area. As you may know, the Naylor property's plan includes an emergency vehicle access area to the south of the property, adjacent to the association's property. This access area was apparently intended to be built on both sides of the property line at the time the Naylor property was developed, which we understand was planned to occur many years ago, much closer in time to the development of Greencastle's parcel. For reasons we are not aware of, that did not happen. The association was recently informed that the emergency vehicle access on its property also needs to be constructed in concert with the development of the Naylor property. Around November 5th, Mr. Andrew Battle contacted the association's council and indicated his willingness to construct the entire emergency access area on both sides of the property line. As we understand, the construction may be necessary from the Naylor property to obtain its use and occupancy permits. While Mr. Battle unfortunately rescinded his offer in an email to council on November 15th, the association remains open and willing to discuss a collaborative effort to complete the construction of the necessary emergency access area. As a community, we look forward to a positive and cooperative relationship with the future residents of the neighboring development and their new HOA, and we welcome the opportunity for a positive and neighborly relationship. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you for your testimony. And so would the applicant like to make a presentation?
Good afternoon. My name is Jeff Lewis with Site Solutions. We don't really have a presentation. We'll be happy to answer any questions. We are happy that staff is looking at contacting the developer of the adjacent subdivision to see whether or not there's a possibility of getting that construction of the fire lane completed by them instead of the actual development. So, but other than that, if you have any questions, be happy to answer them. I also have the owner here with me as well.
Thank you. Would you like to introduce yourself, or you're good?
I'm good.
Okay, thank you. So one of the questions I had, is when did you put the driveway access in on the subject property? When was that installed?
The driveway access hasn't been installed due to the fact that,
No, the entrance off of. Yeah,
Greencastle?
Yeah, yeah. Were you the owner then, or no?
Yes.
Okay.
Around 2017, around there.
Okay, great. So I'm in supportive of the adding the new validity, wanting the 5-year validity approval for the project. And I'm looking forward to, hopefully you can move forward and create 12 townhomes in the community. We need more housing, and this is townhomes is maybe a price point, lower price point than detached single-family homes. So I'm looking forward to, if the board also agrees, that you move forward with this and build as quickly as possible, okay? So any of my board members, do you have any questions, comments, any? No, seeing none, do we need just one, two? Okay, so approval to extend the adequate public facilities for 5 years, or? Okay, great. Okay, so the first is to have a motion to approve the adding a 5-year APF validity period to this project, and then approving the preliminary plan, or what?
Preliminary plan amendment.
Okay, yeah, okay. So adding the 5 years and approving the preliminary plan amendment, do I have a motion for that?
Yes, I move to recommend approval of the preliminary plan amendments and adequate public facility. That's the first one.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, the ayes have it 4-0. Do I have a motion to approve the resolution for this project?
I move to approve the resolution for this project.
I'll second.
And all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, the ayes have it 4-0. So thank you. Look forward to you moving forward with the project. Thank you. And we're just going to take a 1-minute break and go immediately into our next one, which is item number 8, the Wilgus, no, I'm sorry, which is Waters Village preliminary plan amendment and site plan amendment and forest conservation plan amendment. Thank you. Good afternoon. We're on item number 12, the Waters Village Preliminary Plan Amendment, Site Plan Amendment, and Forest Conservation Plan Amendment, where staff is recommending approval with conditions. And this afternoon, we have Jonathan Casey of the Planning Department presenting this item. Welcome, Mr. Casey.
Good afternoon. I'm Jonathan Casey with the Up County Planning Department, or Planning Division, that is. Before you today is preliminary plan amendment, site plan amendment, and final forest conservation amendment. Should come as no surprise, staff is recommending approval of this application with conditions, and that includes all three applications. In essence, this plan is replacing a drive-through restaurant use with retail and adding some additional commercial development. Since the time the staff report was posted, have worked with the applicant's attorney to modify one additional condition that was not included in the staff report. You may remember there was a lengthy discussion about undergrounding utilities when this was last before you. And the trigger, they need a little bit more flexibility on when the project is completed, the full installation of the utilities. So we have worked that out. Also, one correction to condition 7, August 15th should actually be August 12th. The subject property is in Germantown, between Waters Road and Wisteria Drive. It's just north of the Mark Rail Station. Surrounding it is a mix of townhouses, apartments, and commercial development. Property is zoned CRT, and this is within the 2019 Mark Rail Community Sector Plan, as well as the new Germantown Sector Plan Amendment. This is roughly what the property looks like right now. A little bit dated. The Goodwill building is under construction, but the applicant has already platted the property as required by the preliminary plan, and they've satisfied a number of the conditions that were required in both the preliminary plan and site plan. Just to give you a little refresher on previous approvals, we had a preliminary plan to create a single lot, a site plan for 29,880 square feet of total development, which included 3 retail buildings and a restaurant with a drive-through. That drive-through, building C, is kind of the focus of this amendment. There was also a preliminary and final forest conservation plan, which required reforestation credits, a tree variance, and mitigation planting. So I want to point out the area of the amendment is outlined in red. And let's get into the details. So as outlined in the staff report, building B2 right here is being expanded slightly by roughly 3 feet to the south, and that's to accommodate additional retail options. Building C is where most of the expansion is happening. Previously, up here on the right, you can see the building C did have a drive-through attached to a restaurant building. That drive-through is being eliminated, and the building C is being expanded so that the applicant can market to a new type of tenant. Overall, the changes proposed today are improvements, whether it be from a circulation standpoint, eliminating the drive-through while it was going to be perfectly fine before, eliminating the access point on the entry drive is going to potentially improve circulation here. Excuse me. Public open space has been modified as a result of these changes to the buildings, and ultimately there's an increase in public open space. The applicants provided landscaping surrounding those buildings that's context sensitive to the way this development, or the way this building will function from a pedestrian standpoint, a user standpoint, and a vehicular standpoint. And our transportation staff did work directly with the applicant to make some improvements to the pedestrian access throughout the site, adding a new crosswalk here to the south, as well as making sure that the curb ramps were properly located and accessible. Just touch on the architecture. For the most part, the architecture has remained the same, except for Building C, which has been modified to a certain extent. As you can see here, the frontage on Waters Road will still be a very prominent front, and this yellow star does stand for a slight change that happened very recently. The applicant has updated this storefront to provide additional transparency on the corner. From an LATR review standpoint, this development will actually reduce the number of trips just because the type of use is changing to retail from a drive-through. Ultimately, it will have a net negative change for the positive. Forest conservation, the forest conservation plan is essentially being updated to show what is being proposed today, making sure the limits of disturbance are the same, and creating the new F-Series plan. Everything's being transferred to the F-Series forest conservation plans. They've also moved some of the variance mitigation trees around the site, just as they've tweaked at the building permit stage. Not going to go through all of the preliminary plan findings, but all of the preliminary plan findings have been made. Most of them have not changed, but the ones that have changed are in the staff report. Similarly, same with the site plan. And in conclusion, staff is recommending approval of all three amendments. Questions?
Great, thank you. I don't think there's there's no public testimony on this one item. So would the applicant like to make a presentation?
Very briefly, good afternoon, everyone, and happy holidays to all. I'm Stuart Barr with law firm Lurch, Early & Brewer, representing the applicant. We have the applicant team here. We have Harry and Kavork Nazarian, the property owners, Kyle Hughes, McCrease Hendricks, and Glasscock, our civil engineer, and Steve Kenny, our architect, in case there are any questions. Hopefully a fairly straightforward amendment. I want to deliver the good news that we believe we're very close to completion of the Goodwill retail building. I drove out to the site last weekend. Looks great. Just some touch-up items. Hopefully will open soon. It's been a long time coming, and looking forward to pulling the occupancy permit and then moving forward with the other buildings, hopefully in the near future. Just to elaborate on what Mr. Casey said about the underground utilities, of course, we are doing that. We've done everything we believe we can do at this point to tee up that work, and now it's up to the utilities to come in and actually do it on their timetable. So it would be helpful if we got the condition change that Mr. Casey mentioned so that we can pull the occupancy permit for the Goodwill building as soon as we're ready otherwise. And then we'll tie that, the underground utilities, to the second occupancy permit. That'd be very helpful. We appreciate that. Otherwise, we have no other presentation at this time, but happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Well, thank you for your presentation, and I'm supportive of the changes proposed, including the moving the undergrounding to the second, pulling of the second use and occupancy permit. So, and I'm also at some point interested in, hopefully you get a grocer there. It sounds like the change to building C is to get a grocer, a small grocer. Is that what?
That's correct.
Yeah, yeah. Well, good luck, and hope that can
Thank you.
happen. So are there any questions or comments from the board? Yeah. Hearing, seeing none, do I have a motion for approval of the preliminary plan amendment, site plan amendment, and forest conservation plan amendment with conditions as amended?
I move for the approval of preliminary plan, site plan, and forest conservation plan as amended.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Ayes have it, 4-0. Is that good to do it in one? Thank you. So thank you so much. Look forward to you moving forward with your project and continue the good work. Yeah, see, it's under construction, so keep going. And we're just going to take a 1-minute break and start with our next item, item number 13, Seneca Meadows Preliminary Plan Amendment, Site Plan Amendment, and Forest Conservation, where staff is recommending approval with conditions of all three. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. We're on item number 13, Seneca Meadows, Preliminary Plan Amendment, Site Plan Amendment, and Forest Conservation Plan, where staff is recommending approval of all three with conditions. So we have Phillips Estes with the Planning Department this afternoon presenting this item. Welcome, Mr. Estes.
Good afternoon, Planning Board. I'm Philip Estes with the Up County Planning Division, presenting Seneca Meadows today. As you noted on the agenda, staff is recommending approval of all three applications associated with the Seneca Meadows project. The applicant has satisfied all the sign and noticing requirements, and on December 5th, 2025, staff mailed the public hearing notice out. To date, staff has not received any community comments concerning the project. So for this project, there are two geographies associated with the application. One is the overall property, which is seen here highlighted in blue. This is associated with the preliminary plan application, which was originally approved in 1997 for over 1.5 million square feet of office, R&D, and retail uses. It's approximately 156 acres from Ridge Road on the north down to Germantown Road on the southern portion. And within the overall area, it's developed with the shops at Seneca Meadows, which has Wegmans as the anchor with other shops and restaurants. Also is the Seneca Meadows Corporate Center and other commercial offices. The subject property is located on Seneca Meadows Parkway, just east of Observation Drive. As you can see here, it's an undeveloped site of approximately 6 acres. It is, as I mentioned, it's adjacent to the Wegmans you can see here on the eastern edge, and then just to the south, adjacent, is a One Life Fitness Center. Subject property and the overall property are both under the Germantown Employment Area Sector Plan. Zoning for the subject property is CR, and the overall property also is CR with also Employment Office, EOF. Surrounding properties are zoned CR, R30, R200, CRT. On the south is the I-270 interchange with Germantown Road, and to the west is CR zoning. To mention, the preliminary plan amendment is primarily to convert unbuilt commercial density to residential density, and that is 162,401 square feet. This will enable the applicant to create 72 lots for 72 townhouse units. As seen here in this chart, there would be no change in the overall density. We're just creating residential density from unbuilt commercial density. Also included in the preliminary plan is a request to extinguish the deed for future dedication associated with parcel L, shown here in yellow. This area was reserved for the former Corridor Cities Transitway, which is no longer planned, so this dedication is no longer needed. On parcel L, the applicant will build a shared use path that links Ridge Road with Seneca Meadows Parkway. The site plan amendment application is for 72 townhouse units shown here. It also includes public use space with recreational amenities. 3 of those primarily centrally located, as you can see here highlighted in the green. Those areas include a tot-lot playground, pocket greens, areas for picnics and seating, and community gathering. As I mentioned, in orange is that shared use path that will go across the property. Applicant will also upgrade the sidewalk on Seneca Meadows and build a side path along the Ridge Road frontage. And finally included with the application, the internal private roads and alleys are private. And Roberto, site design.
For the record, Roberto Duke with the Design, Placemaking, and Policy Division. And I wanted to say that the site is fairly small, as Philip was saying. It's a little over 6 acres. So we do have a lot of development happening in that area. And we worked diligently and collaboratively with the applicant to improve the livability and the quality of life for future residents without losing any density. Among the things that we looked at, we wanted to ensure that the open space remained as open space and that fire access was provided along the streets and in the alleys. And so it's been accommodated in the plan. And another thing that we looked at was to maximize the number of rear load units to limit the number of curb cuts. So on this plan, it says along Ridge Road, those are the only units that will be front loaded. The remaining units will be rear loaded, and we will have sidewalks and shade trees along all the along all the streets within the development. And secondly, as Philip was saying, there are 3 main open spaces within the development, a central playground area, and then 2 parks on the eastern edge of the development that are adjacent to the shared use path. So this allows for increased pedestrian activity and enables people to get from Ridge Road down to Seneca Meadows in an enjoyable manner, both by pedestrians and bicyclists.
And transportation?
Thanks. For the record, Florence Dwyer with the Transportation Planning Division. So the private street will have 6-foot sidewalks on both sides, as you can see in the cross-section on the screen. And as Philip already mentioned, the sidewalk along the frontage on Seneca Meadows Parkway will be upgraded to 8 feet wide, and the frontage on Ridge Road will be improved with an 8-foot wide side path. Next slide. And this project is located in the Germantown Town Center policy area. The proposed 72 townhouse units are estimated to generate fewer trips than the previously approved 20,000 square feet of commercial office use, specifically 10 fewer trips in the AM and 5 fewer trips in the PM peak hour. And so no further traffic study is required and the LATR is satisfied.
Thank you. For the record, Molly Stamets with the Environment and Climate Division. I'm going to transition to talk about some of the environmental components of this plan, including the Forest Conservation Plan and the noise analysis. So the applicant has submitted the final Forest Conservation Plan Amendment number F 2025-0640. And this phase covers all the areas of the subject property that were not previously covered in the earlier phases of the plan. And all reforestation and afforestation requirements were met through the previous preliminary plan amendment and final Forest Conservation Plan Amendment number 1199-8004B. So the applicant has done a noise study due to the subject property's proximity to Ridge Road. Ridge Road has an annual average daily traffic level of over 36,000 vehicles. The noise impacted units are shown here on the diagram in red, and the study found that the rear yards of these units will be most impacted. So to attenuate for this noise, the applicant proposes to build an 11-foot tall wall along the northern portion of the subject property. This will decrease noise levels in the rear yards significantly, reducing the noise levels to 65 dBA or less. And the units themselves will meet the recommended interior noise levels through architectural fittings as appropriate.
And one staff report correction. This is on page 8. It will remove the reference to the Planning Board resolution dated July 11, 2012, because the current preliminary plan amendment would be applicable. Have a revision to preliminary plan condition number 8. This updates the condition with the current stormwater management concept letter dated December 9th, 2025. And a recommended revision to condition number 14, which concerns the side path improvement on Ridge Road. The applicant has requested to add SHA to that review process. Also, the applicant requested that the trigger to provide additional documentation concerning that side path be at record plat instead of certified preliminary plan. And recommended condition 15B4, this is to allow greater flexibility for the private road material specifications as determined by MCDOT. Revision to condition 25D, this also adds SHA to the review of that frontage improvement. Condition 4B, this amends the trigger for, at the 72nd permit for the public space improvements and landscaping. This was requested by the applicant to accommodate construction staging and those proposed improvements. Condition 9B also adds state highway to the review process, and this also, for 9D, revises the trigger for the shared use path to the 50th use permit instead of the first one. Again, this allows additional time in terms of the construction sequencing and occupancy. With those recommended revisions, staff's analysis has determined that the applications meet the findings for approval for the master plan and all applicable regulations and codes. And staff recommends approval of the preliminary plan, site plan amendment, and the final forest conservation plan. This concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you so much, Mr. Estes, for your detailed report and for also for staff here, in their individual sections. So would the applicant like to make a presentation?
Just a brief statement.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I forgot. We have two people that are providing testimony. Anna Dermanelian and Lauren Otto. So, Ms. Dermanelian, you have 3 minutes to provide your presentation. Is she on or no? Maybe we can start with Ms. Lauren Otto. Okay, great. So why don't we go ahead, please, with your presentation.
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board. I'm Steve Robbins with the law firm of Lurch, Early & Brewer. I'm pleased to be here representing Pulte Homes, the applicant for the preliminary plan amendment, site plan amendment, and forest conservation plan that are before you today for Seneca Meadows. I'm accompanied by my colleague Liz Rogers to my left, also of Lurch, Early & Brewer. To my right is Howard Katz, Director of Land Acquisition from Pulte Homes, along with Mike Goodman from VICA, who are our engineers, planners, and landscape architects for the project. As a preliminary matter, I'd like to acknowledge the efforts of staff who participated in evaluating this application. Thanks to Philip Estes for his hard work on this application, together with the other technical staff members. Also, thank you to Sandra Pereira, Nikosi Yearwood, and Patrick Butler for their leadership and assistance on the application. And of course, to all the staff members to my left, thank you as well. It was really a collaborative effort. We spent a lot of time and effort on this, and I think the plan is much better off for it. As you heard, the applicant is seeking approval for various plans to develop the first residential community in the Seneca Meadows neighborhood in Germantown. Seneca Meadows has long been a commercial office and R&D project, and now is embracing some residential development. We're really excited about that. It's truly an exciting evolution of a great project. Philip has given a great overview. We have no issues with any of the conditions. We accept them. And with that, we would request your approval for all three applications, together with the extinguishment of the deed for future education that is no longer needed. Instead, we will, of course, as you heard, be planning a very elegant pedestrian pathway to and from the project. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Robbins. I'd like any comments or feedback from my fellow board members before I weigh in. Well, let me just say this. It's a very good, compact development, and we need more housing, and this is a great opportunity to provide 72 townhomes at this location. Commissioner Linden, I think you would be happy to see that how they put the noise wall there on the back to keep this was very feasible here to reduce the noise level from Father Hurley below the 65 dBA grade there. And I like how you have a connection through the property to Father Hurley. I hope it's used well. And you have the tot lots, and I see the greenery there with the trees, street trees and things like that. And I hope it's a very successful project. So I'm very in favor of this project moving forward. Seeing, hearing no other comments or questions, do I have a motion to approve the preliminary plan amendment and the site plan amendment with the conditions the staff presented, including the extinguishment of the deed? And then also, we can do all three. We'll do, and also the final forest conservation plan.
I move for the approval of the preliminary plan amendment and site plan amendment and forest conservation plan.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 The ayes have it, 4-0. Thank you so much.
Thank you very
for
much.
coming up,
We
and thank you
appreciate
for
it.
working well with staff to get this done. Yeah. All right, we're going to take another 1-minute break and start with our last item of the day, which is item number 14, ZTA 25-14, optional method public benefits overlay zones, where staff is recommending that the planning board transmit comments to the district council. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. We're on our last item of the afternoon, item number 14, ZTA 25-14, optional method public benefits overlay zones, where staff is recommending that the planning board transmit comments to the district council. And this afternoon, we have Ben Berbert of the planning staff bringing us home.
Not sure where home is, but I'll take you there.
Ooh.
It might be in one of these 5 overlay zones. So for the record, Ben Berbert with the Design, Placemaking, and Policy team. As the chairman said, I'm going to be presenting staff's sort of analysis of ZTA 25-14, the optional method public benefits overlay zones. Staff is recommending the board support this ZTA with a couple of minor revisions that we will discuss throughout the presentation. As a briefing, this was introduced on December 2nd by the Planning, Housing, and Parks Committee of the Council. I will say they introduced it, but it was after a lot of coordination with planning staff who helped write the actual content that you're going to see within. And then there is a public hearing scheduled for January 13th. As just a real quick timeline of how we got here, this project to do the incentive zoning update started in early 2023. Worked for a good 18 months or longer doing a lot of the internal analysis, meeting with staff, meeting with stakeholders. We had a consultant on board. It came to the planning board last June of 2024 through a series of work sessions. County council, both full council and the PHP committee was briefed in the very late 2024. Our sort of big part one of implementation happened back in the spring with ZTA 2505, which was formally adopted in July, but we brought it before the board in the spring, and the council sort of considered it in late spring, early summer. And then the last piece of this puzzle to be fully implemented is what we're doing today, which is this overlay zone update. If you'll remember, when we did 2505, all we did was update the core process of public benefits. We're now updating all the other bits of the code that talked about public benefits to make sure it's all kind of doing the same thing. Again, the purpose really is to bring the existing overlay zones, there are 5 identified, to be in conformance with the new public benefits system or standards. It's also making a couple of very minor adjustments to that public benefit system that was implemented through 2505 that we sort of identified that could be tightened up a little bit. The 5 overlay zones that we're going to talk about today are the Bethesda overlay zone, the downtown Silver Spring overlay zone, Germantown Transit Mixed Use, Great Seneca Life Science, and Transfer Development Rights. First, I'm going to talk about just some of the general updates that are being recommended through the ZTA. The first one talks about how master plans play a role. It says that master plans may add, prioritize, modify, or prohibit individual public benefits, and may modify the compliance requirements for meeting a certain public benefit through the effort of tiers that are involved. You generally need an overlay zone to do that because this is changing of zoning. We have determined that the prioritization of public benefits is something that doesn't need an overlay zone. And so if a master plan only wants to prioritize public benefits, we don't need to change zoning to do that. And so there is a recommendation just to kind of make that clear that what actually requires a zoning change does not include the prioritization of public benefits. The next sort of cleanup we're doing, the construction cost adjustments, like a lot of the other things we look at, including the SIF and the PIF and our impact taxes, they're updated every other year based on inflation adjustments. The policy for the public benefits was a little specific in actually recommending using the Engineering News Record Baltimore Index. That is historically what has been used by the county and by us. It was sort of flagged that we might not want to be that specific in case that publication goes out of business, lest we need a ZTA just so we can keep doing this. So we're just recommending striking this specific publication. I think it's the one we'll probably still use in practice until we find a better one or need to find a better one. And so we are recommending that clarification. The next section of the ZTA, and it's a pretty lengthy section just because of the text involved, it's really to clarify the payment in lieu part of this process of public benefits. There's a section kind of up in the beginning of the larger section talking about how payment in lieu works and which public benefits are allowed to do it. If you then go to those public benefits specific design criteria, you'll see a bunch of statements saying that they can contribute a minimum of a certain amount of dollars towards a fund. It wasn't completely clear to everybody that that was the payment in lieu, and so we're going to replace the word contribute with make a payment in lieu at a certain amount of money, and that just occurs in various parts throughout the process. Now moving into the specific overlay zones. The first one we're going to talk about is the Bethesda overlay zone. This overlay zone probably it was the most involved in translation because it did a lot of unique translation of public benefits when that plan was first created and that overlay zone was made. And trying to translate some of those public benefits that were done under the old point-based system into the new FAR-based system was a little challenging. So the staff report goes into great details of to what each of these changes are. I'm trying to summarize it here for brevity. It removes a couple of redundant provisions, such as references to transit proximity, which is no longer in the system, requiring a fee for public art. Well, that has become part of one of the public benefits, and so that specific recommendation is being removed. There's also a table in there that increased points for certain public benefits. What that was doing was saying that if you sort of exceeded your required effort, you could get more points. Well, that's an inherent way we do public benefits now. The more you do, the more FAR you earn. And so needing that long table in there is no longer necessary. There was a public benefit that allowed for basically a pro rata earning of points for providing more than 15% MPDUs. We've converted that into pro rata incentive density, which is something unique to Bethesda. There's a statement clarifying that public benefits are only necessary for incentive density, which is your mapped density. Anything that's being purchased, such as the BOS density, does not require these public benefit points. There was a public benefit for providing additional park impact payment money for public benefits. In discussion with our friends at the Parks Department, they wanted to see if we could slightly tweak that to say that a payment for a capital improvement project in parks is allowed to have incentive density. They really only did this because they just wanted to have the accounting kind of come in separate line items. It's the exact same thing in practice, giving money to parks so they can do additional public open space. There are para provisions in the Bethesda overlay zone currently about affordable housing agreements for on-site preservation of units and then off-site preservation of units. We're just combining that into one new public benefit for the preservation of affordable units. The current system gives it about a half rate compared to an MPDU because these things only have a 30-year lifespan instead of a 99-year. And so we're recommending the exact same policy here. And then the Bethesda overlay zone also, within the high performance area, required all applications to do minimum effort on design excellence and energy efficiency. We're maintaining that and just renaming the public benefits to be appropriate and selecting the appropriate tier effort to apply for. So there's a lot there, but staff is recommending support of the changes on the Bethesda overlay zone. The next overlay zone is the downtown Silver Spring overlay zone. It did a little bit less than Bethesda did. Similarly, this is going to clarify that incentive density is the only thing that you provide public benefits for. We do not need it for the DDS density. Again, same concept. It also required sort of exceptional design excellence. And again, it'll be a level 2 requirement rather than having to meet 10 criteria, I think is the way it said before. Something that we did add here for clarity, in the downtown Silver Spring overlay zone, unless the master plan specifically required public open space on your site, we've actually been requesting that you not provide it and instead pay a fee in lieu. We wanted to make sure this new system didn't sort of incentivize putting public open space back on site again. And so we are clarifying that providing open space on site should not be eligible for public benefit unless you were required to by the master plan, and that making a payment in lieu for open space does not give you credit unless it's in excess of what your regulatory requirements are. With those changes, we are recommending the changes to the DSS overlay zone. Third one to talk about is in the Germantown Transit mixed-use overlay zone. This overlay zone didn't make many changes at all to the public benefit system, and in fact, the change it really made was a little irrelevant to public benefits per se, although it referenced them here. This overlay zone is unique because it requires that 50% of your incentive density be purchased through a BLT or a purchase of the Agricultural Land Preservation Fund. The countywide average is 7.5%, so it's a very big lift in the Germantown plan. There were lots of reasons why that was put in place when the most recent plan was adopted back in 2010, 11, I'm getting the exact year wrong. It's been called into a little bit of criticism. And in fact, the board did receive some testimony requesting that this be lifted. I think planning staff's very sensitive to the fact this is a huge burden. There's also an ongoing master plan, and really that is the appropriate time and place to have that discussion, we feel like, because there are a lot of factors involved. You know, there are reasons this was put in place, so we need to make sure we're studying all of those reasons and why it might be a good idea to lift it. And, you know, as I sort of alluded to, the real intent of this ZTA isn't to set new policy, it's just to translate the existing policy. So, you know, while we understand these concerns, we are recommending not addressing the 50% issue as part of this. All this is actually going to do is just remove the reference to public benefits is where you find this code provision. It's now part of the CR family of zones that recommend or require purchase of BLTs. Fourth overlay zone being amended was the Great Seneca Life Science Overlay Zone. We saw this back at the end of 2024, and it was adopted formally in February of 2025. This is sort of unique because it was the first overlay zone that was written when we had a handle on a new public benefit system, and we actually went through great lengths to include all the public benefits and all the tiers of effort that were available in there so that applicants, if they wanted, could start using that system now. Fun thing is now we actually have the public benefit system adopted, and so much of that overlay zone's public benefit section is actually going to be deleted because it can now just say, go look at section 4.7 public benefits. We've had to go through that list and make sure we found all of the situations where that overlay zone was making a unique change, and those we are going to continue carrying forward with this revised overlay zone. So again, anything that is not proposed by that master plan for modification is going to be removed. Some of the things that are unique to that overlay zone include the LSC zone. It's an employment zone. We generally removed employment zones from optional method development. This overlay zone puts it back in because there are lots of LSC zone properties, and it wants to make sure we are getting public benefits out of those properties. Something else that was unique to the GSLS overlay zone, the actual amount of FAR you receive at each development tier was reduced. In this overlay zone, you have a lot of large properties with relatively low FAR that can generate a lot of square footage without actually doing a lot of incentive density. And so we felt it was a little more fair to make sure that that community is also getting public benefits out of it to lower the amount of FAR you receive for each sort of effort you place into providing them. There's also a lot of very specific infrastructure projects that are mentioned for a lot of the off-site improvements that come with the public benefit system that we wanted to retain. And there are compliance criteria for flex space for life science startup companies that we felt was important to retain in this. I will say, it's mentioned in the staff report, there are a couple of other public benefits where if you were to compare today's system to what's in the GSLS overlay zone, they don't look exactly the same. These are a couple that we realized, you know, our logic on best practice between, you know, early 2025 and the adoption of ZTA 2505 had changed. There was not a deliberate intent to make the GSLS separate, and so those we are just going to go ahead and carry forward. There were a couple of little corrections in this overlay zone we did want to call to the board's attention that are also being corrected. The first was in the intro packet. There was a limit. It originally said to the GSLS zone capping residential use. It's actually meant to be the LSC zone, and so that correction's shown. The other that was brought to our attention after introduction is that Brochard Drive was misspelt in one place, and so we're just going to correct it. Last overlay zone to talk about here is the transferable development rights overlay zone. The only real change here is that you used to be able to receive public benefits for providing TDRs. That's no longer a thing, and so we just want to strike that provision from this overlay zone so that it's clear for everybody. The last sort of major component of this is an addition to Division 8.4, which I'm calling our Legacy Code Division. This was established as part of 2505 because we needed somewhere for the existing public benefit point system to go, since we are allowing applications that were already approved or are in process to keep using the old system. We are now adding overlay zones to this as a new sort of subsection, a new 844, just to, again, make sure all the provisions of these overlay zones are protected somewhere in case there are old applications that need to use them, rather than getting rid of them completely. We are recommending one change to the existing 8.4. We did not carry forward the old provision that allowed the CRT zone to have a 1.0 FAR before going optional method. That was reduced to 0.5 FAR as part of the new update. This is just making sure that provision's also captured so that previous applications, if amended, can reference that. And again, as I said before, we've moved all of the overlay zones into 844. Formatting's not exactly the same because some of the provisions were just in line with other things, but all of the language that matters was pulled over word for word and added to this section. It should be clear for any user to follow. As with all ZTAs, a climate assessment was performed. This ZTA is a little bit unique. We really found that it doesn't actually do any policy change. The policy was set with ZTA 2505 that actually created the new public benefits. We tried really hard, as I said, to go through each of these overlay zones and not change the policy at all. We just wanted to make sure the new language matched how the new system sees it. And so there really shouldn't actually be any change in development activity, allowed uses, or anything that would affect climate. And so we really found there are no actual climate change processes as part of this overlay zone, which is why that's the recommendation here. So in conclusion, we do recommend the board support this ZTA with the couple of other amendments that I've discussed today. And that's the end of my presentation, and I'm happy to take any questions.
So just thank you for your detailed presentation. So can you go over again, what are the next steps?
So there will be a public hearing in mid-January on this, and then like every ZTA, the council will have a PHP committee session to discuss it and any amendments that it's heard, either from the planning board or from the public, or that it may have also raised on its own. And then it will have to have at least one full council session where they would hopefully vote on it. And so I'm guessing this is something they're going to want to get done before they start budget. And so sometime in the winter of 2026, this should become fully adopted and take effect. And then, you know, we can start using it.
Okay, great. I do like your recommendation, the staff's recommendation to study the BLT recommendation as part of the Germantown plan. I think that's a great. And then I just want to just asking this question, do you think there's a lot of work you guys did in here. Is there any way to add a little flexibility in case, but I guess if in case everything wasn't mapped, you know, some discretion of the, or maybe it'll all be fleshed out with enough through the whole approval, you know, until it's approved by the council. I'm just, you know, sometimes so there another ZTA wouldn't have to be. I don't know what we could say, but it's just out of curious. Is there?
I think if either planning staff or council staff or anybody were to flag between now and full council taking a vote on it, and it feels like it was an obvious oversight or a typo, and this happens with ZTAs already. If we find stuff, even as it goes through process, we'll flag the correct council staff. Usually it's Ms. Nadeau, and you know, we'll talk about it. We'll agree this was probably an oversight, and we'll try to get it into that final packet. It gets more challenging once they actually vote to adopt the ZTA. You kind of do need another ZTA to fix those, but if we do over the next few weeks identify anything else that's small, we
Great. That's what I asked next. Yeah, I'm confident that through the whole process, well, I'm just, you know, like we always talk about flexibility in our plans and every, you know, so that, but this, I'm fine with it. So those are my comments. Are there any other comments or questions from the board? I know, yeah, thank you that you did this. This is very technical, and we're great that you and your team know this backwards and forwards, so thank you.
I'm very happy you know it. It's confusing.
Yeah. So do I have a motion to recommend, that the board support the comments that Mr. Burbert had on the ZTA 25-14, that's updating overlay zones to the new public benefit system with additional amendments as discussed today, which we didn't have any today. So, and then that we transmit this to the district council.
I move that approve the comments from the staff and transmit the comments to district council for this overlay zone.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, the ayes have it 4-0. I just want to end by saying this is our last planning board meeting until January 8th, and on behalf of the planning board, I want to thank the planning and park staff for all their great work and hard work over the past year. We've accomplished so much together, so we're so proud
100%.
of that, and I'd like to wish all happy holidays to the planning and park staff and to all our constituents in Montgomery County. So thank you and happy holidays, and we'll see you on January 8th.
Happy holidays and Happy New Year. See you next year.
holidays, everybody.
I'm not going to be here.
Bye now.
Bye, buddy.
Bye
See
now.
everyone. Have a good